A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Jane and her best friend Marge aren't speaking since Jane learned it was Marge instead of herself that Mr. Lorenz was after for the movie. Marge's boyfriend, Neil, is also on the out with Marge, since he learned Marge had been going out with Mr. Lorenz. It's the next night now, and we find Mr. Race alone in the living room of the Aces bungalow. And here comes Marge in the next room. Listen.
Good evening, Mr. Race.
What?
I said good evening, Mr. Race.
Good evening, Miss Hale.
Do you mind if I sit around?
Mind? No, I don't. What do you mean, mind? You live here.
Well, it hasn't seemed altogether like home for the past few days.
Oh, I see. No, it hasn't. Well, you seem pretty chipper this evening.
Yes, don't I?
May I ask, well, maybe I better let things stay as they are.
No, you may ask. What?
Well, no offense meant now. Why this sudden change?
Oh, that.
Yes, you've been sort of drifting through here rather sullenly, if I may use the word.
Oh, use it by all means. I think it describes me perfectly.
Thanks, yes. Well, you have been sort of, retiring, may I say?
No, I don't think that's the word.
Well, how about...
How about using the word mad?
Mad,
yes. Don't you think that fits in without any frills or
Well,
anything?
yes, come to think of it, you have had a mad on. I haven't been able to figure out why you had it on for me. I didn't do anything.
Well, it wasn't just for you. It was rather the world.
Oh, the world and Neil.
Yes, and Neil.
But now you're suddenly not mad.
No, I'm making up now with the world.
Oh, only with the world. How about...
Only with the world.
Oh, but how about...
No, remember my temper.
Oh, I wasn't going to say anything. I mean, well, I'd like to know some details. Why the mad on in the first place, and why this sudden change?
Well, I made up my mind it was silly to go on being this way to you people because...
Oh, yes, us people, meaning Jane.
Especially Jane. I've treated her terribly.
Yes. Have you spoken to her?
No, not yet. I've been in my room formulating a little making-up speech for her.
Oh, I see. Well, how do you know she'll accept it?
What?
Well, after all, Jane feels pretty bad about your beating her out of this contest, you know.
Oh, I haven't beat her out of any contest. I never was in it.
But Lorenz had you all picked out.
Well, am I to blame for that? Is it my fault if he made up his mind?
No, but after all, you did go out with him a few times.
A few times. I went out with him once.
Once? Why, last night you...
Oh, yes, and last night. How did you know I was out with him last night?
Well, when you went out of here last night without even speaking to Jane or me, well, that is, we...
Oh, Jane was at the window again, looking next door.
Well, you know, Jane...
I see. Well, that's all over. Mr. Lorenz and I had it out last night. I only went out with him to tell him to stop thinking of me for the part in that silly picture.
Oh, and is he going to stop thinking of you?
Well, I hope so.
Oh, so he isn't going to stop thinking.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, he is.
He seems very determined.
Well, I can't help that. I wish he'd stop calling me up at the office.
I see. Well, getting back to a rather distasteful subject, what happens with Neil?
Nothing happened. We're just finished, that's all.
Oh, now, don't you think you're treating him rather...
I'd rather not discuss it, do you mind?
No, I was only... But, well, getting back to Jane now, you're going to be friends with her?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. She's in a doleful frame of mind, sitting around here moaning about her best friend stabbing her in the back when she wasn't looking. And I hope you'll be able to straighten yourself out there. She feels pretty bad about this contest. She thought she was in the bag, and all the time you were the one Lorenz had in mind. Why didn't you tell us about that?
Well, I had thought of telling you, but, well, I was afraid you'd laugh at me.
Laugh at you?
Yes, you know the way Neil razzes me. I just thought it was an idea that Lorenz had, and it'd blow over. Heavens, I didn't know the man could be as persistent as all this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I still don't see why you're taking it out on Neil.
Well, you heard the things he said to me that night he found out.
Oh, well, he was just a little upset.
Well, that finished it that night.
Dear.
Here she is.
How about us two going to a picture show? It starts about... Oh.
Hello, Jane.
What?
Well, hello, Jane.
Oh, Hello, Marge.
Oh, now, Jane.
Well, I can't help it. It's been such a long time since we spoke to each other.
And I want to apologize, Jane. I'm sorry.
All right.
Well, now, stop crying and sit down and let's have an evening like old times. How about it?
Well, all right.
That was certainly a tough battle,
I
wasn't it?
knew it wouldn't be.
Well, Marge, let me look at you. I haven't spoken to you for so long, I've forgotten how you look. Well, how's everything?
Well, fine, Jane. And how are you?
Just fine, thanks. What's new?
Not much.
Not much, huh?
No, what's new with you?
Oh, not much. It's been lovely, hasn't it?
It looks like a touch of spring.
Yes, it certainly does.
Yes.
Yeah.
What'd you say, dear?
Nothing. I was just agreeing with you two about the weather.
Oh, well, what else?
What else?
Yes, what else shall we talk about? After all, it's been so long.
Well, I'm not very good at just making conversation, Jane.
Oh, but we've been unspeakable for so long. Weren't you surprised, dear, when Marge started talking to me?
Oh, yeah.
I sure was. Out of a clean sky, she said hello.
Well, I decided I've been treating you rather shabbily, Jane. After all, why did I have to take it out on you? You didn't do anything.
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't know that you and Mr. Lorenz...
I don't think you'd better go into that, Jane.
Oh, why not? We might as well have it out and get it over with. Jane, honey, you know I didn't deliberately try to beat you out of this contest, don't you? Why, I didn't even enter it.
Yes, but Neil said that I was the one that was going to win it.
I'd rather not mention that gentleman's name.
You didn't. I was the one that said that Neil said.
Oh, I don't care to discuss it.
Jane, I think you ought to be told that Marge and Neil are, not that way about each other anymore.
Oh, he is, too. Why, when he was here last night, he said
What? He came here last night?
Yes, I meant to tell you.
Well, what did he want?
he wanted to see you. Then when we told him that you guys had gotten into that car with Mr. Lorenz and the show...
Oh.
Well, that's all right, Jane. I told her you were at the window, peeking as usual.
Well, I went over to fix the curtain. Can I help it if I
yeah.
saw the car?
I understand.
He was pretty upset, Marge. He came out to apologize at first, but when Jane told him that you had gone out with Mr. Lorenz again, well, that sort of...
I see. That sort of convinced him.
Well,
it's all right with me. At first, I was interested in getting Mr. Lorenz to clear away some of this mix-up, just to straighten myself out with Neil. But that doesn't seem to matter anymore. He can think whatever he likes.
Oh, but Marge, he's awfully nice. And after all, you're only young once in a while.
Oh, Jane, they're all alike. And you can do me one favor. If he ever comes out again, warn me, and I won't be home. If he calls up, I'm not home. If he doesn't...
Don't worry about that. He won't come out, and he won't call up.
That suits me. Oh, he won't.
Oh, sit down, Marge. How do you know it's Neil?
Well, I'm not taking any chances.
Oh, wait a minute, Marge. Don't go. I'll look through the window, and I can see if it is. Now, don't go.
Now, don't fool me, Jane.
I won't. I'll turn on the porch light.
Well, who is it?
Well, wait a minute. I can't see it. Oh, it's a lady.
A lady? Who?
I don't know. I've seen her before, but I can't... Oh, she's beautiful. Look at that coat, Marge.
How about letting her in, and we can all take a look?
Hurry, dear. Let her in.
Who do you suppose this can be?
Who is she now? I know her, but I can't remember where
I'm awfully sorry to intrude this way, but I wonder if you can tell me if I have the right address. I'm looking for the party who lives next door here.
Next door? Oh, Mr. Lorenz, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Lorenz. I've been knocking at doors and ringing bells, but no one seems to answer.
He may be out. Won't you come in for a few minutes? He may be back soon.
Well, if you're sure I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all. He ought to be back soon. He seldom stays out late.
Oh, stupid of me to dismiss my taxi, but I never dreamed that he'd be... Oh, good evening. I'm sorry.
Oh, good evening.
This is Miss Hale. I didn't get your name.
What? Oh, good grief, don't tell me you don't know who I am.
Well, I still don't know your name.
What kind of a hick town is this, anyway?
Hick town?
Haven't you people heard about the movies, or haven't they come around here yet?
Oh, are you somebody we should know?
I'm Betty Lamar.
Betty Lamar. I knew you. It's Betty Lamar.
Oh, yes, now I recognize you. Well, I apologize for all of us, Miss Lamar.
Yeah.
Well, of all people, why, the minute I saw you, I knew you. I had your name on the tip of my fingers. You've always been one of my favorites. The minute I saw you, I knew.
Won't you sit down, Miss Lamar?
Thank you. But have you any idea what time Mr. Lorenz will be back?
Well, no, we haven't. We don't see much of him.
He's busy, I guess, on this movie contest he started here. I suppose you've heard of the contest.
Oh, so he started one of those things here, too, has he?
Oh, why does he make a habit of these movies?
I could have guessed it. I wondered what kept him here so long.
What a town this is.
Well, we're sorry you don't like
He's going to shoot some of the scenes for his picture here, we understood. Oh, he is.
Yes, the papers have been full of it in this contest he's putting on.
I see. How did you happen to blow into our town, Miss Lamar?
Did you just come from Hollywood?
Oh, practically. Left there this morning. Flew in.
Well, didn't you know about his idea of shooting some of the scenes here in the contest and all?
I might have guessed it.
I think you better sit down and make yourself comfortable, Miss Lamar. That is, if you're going to wait for him.
Well, have you any idea where I might find him now?
No, at this moment, is it that urgent?
I think it's going to be.
Do you know Joan
Jane,
Crawford?
will you please stop asking those questions?
Please, dear, don't interrupt us. He doesn't understand. Miss Lamar.
Oh, yes, what is it?
Let me see, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, yes. Who do you think is better in the theater, Greta Garbo or Marlene Dietrich?
Bank night. Is there anywhere I could call up and find out where he is?
No, we don't know where he goes. We have seen a little of him. He's more or less of a celebrity in town, you know.
Yes, isn't he?
Is it so urgent that you have
I think it is. You see, I'm Mrs. Lorenz.
Mrs. Lorenz?
Oh, so you're...
Oh, then Lamar is your...
My street name. So you see, I have more than just a passing interest in Mr. Lorenz.
Oh, sure.
Mrs. Lorenz. Well,
now, is there some information you can give me as to where I might find him at this moment? I want to surprise him.
Well, we really don't know
we
where.
really couldn't say.
No, we don't see your son every day.
My son? Did she say my
Oh,
son?
now, just a minute, Jane. How can you
Well,
say
didn't
it?
he say she was Mrs. Lorenz?
Well, if Mr. Race thinks he's had trouble up until now, wait till he finds out the real meaning of trouble as it's dished out by the fiery Betty Lamar, who is Mrs. Lorenz. We learn about that when next we meet the Easy 8.
Face the camera, please. Hold it. Thanks. Look for it in the Morning Express. Casey, press photographer. Columbia brings you another adventure of Casey, press photographer. Tonight and every Saturday at this time, Columbia invites you to follow Casey on his exciting assignment and to meet the strangely assorted people who pass in swift-moving parade before the shutters of his camera. Tonight, The Clue in the Clouds. In the quiet evening air, there suddenly comes a whirring of wings. It's a helicopter, apparently out of control. Like a giant bird, it flaps crazily about for a few minutes and then heads out to sea. What is it?
Gee, it looks like a bird.
It's a helicopter. It's a wild plane. It's out of control.
It may fall.
Better clear the street.
Steady desk. Bert speaking.
Hey, Burke.
Who is this? Casey?
Yes, it's Casey. Listen, there's an airplane loose over the city, a helicopter. Yeah, it's out of control. Something has happened to the pilot. It's headed out to sea. The Coast Guard is trying to get the plane in the air to follow it now.
Oh, yeah? Where are you?
Well, I'm at the Blue Note.
I thought so. Now, listen, Casey. Go home and sleep it off. I'll see you in the morning.
Now, listen, are you inferring
Yes. You ought to know better than to phone me in that condition. Now, go home and go to bed.
Oh, stop it, Burke. I'm as sober as you are. I tell you, this is a story.
Okay. So it's a story. What do you want me to do? Stay up all night waiting for you to get it?
Oh, that's swell, Chief. I knew I could count on you. We're going down to the Coast Guard headquarters now and get all the dope we can. Maybe some pictures.
Who's with you?
And Williams.
All right, you crazy loon. But this had better be good. If that helicopter turns out to be a Halloween witch on a broom, you shot your last picture for me. You get that?
Get it? I know it by heart. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Helicopter.
But I'm telling you, Burke, it fell into the sea like a millstone and disappeared.
Well, Casey, if 4,000 other people hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. Whose plane was it?
The police say it was John Hampton. He had the only helicopter around here.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Flew it in from his estate to the top of his office building every day.
Our pioneer air commuter.
And he's missing, huh?
Yep, he and Mrs. Hampton both.
Well, take that stuff you've got to a rewrite man. Have one of the boys fix up an obituary. We've lost one of our leading citizens in a plane accident. And that's that.
Now, listen, Burke.
Casey doesn't think it was an accident.
Oh, for Pete's sake. And why not?
Burke, I think that dive into the ocean was planned. There's something phony about this story, and I want to track it down.
All right. What do you want to do? Go chasing geese again?
You better let him, Burke.
Someday, Casey, you'll go out and cover a story that I want covered. Now, go on. Get out of here.
Thanks, Burke. Burke, I'll tell you, I'll make a bet with you. If I'm right about this, the drinks are on you. And right now, I'm going over to John Hampton's offices to see what I can find out.
Oh, you better take Williams with you. She'll just sit around and sulk till you get back.
Oh, Jeebo, thanks.
Okay, Burke, we're on our way. You're, Miss Gray, aren't you? Miss Matilda Gray?
Yes, I was Mr. Hampton's secretary.
Yes, what we want is material for a little story on Mr. Hampton. You think you can help us?
He was a wonderful man. Everybody admired and respected Mr. Hampton. I don't know what else I can say.
He owned this building, didn't he?
Yes, the Hampton Importing Company occupies the top 3 floors. He liked the idea of having his office here in the penthouse.
Mm-hmm. Is that the landing platform for his helicopter out there?
Yes, that's it.
You mind if I get a picture of it?
Not at all. Can you take it through the window?
Well, let's see. Yes, I think so. Yeah, good, thank you.
Now, could we have one of you, Mr. Of me?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. I don't look very...
Oh, you look swell. Look at this picture.
Well, that's Mr. Hampton's picture. No, I...
Paper, this is just for the record, you know. You picture of yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes. I guess so.
Okay, hold it. Thanks. Well, that's one you won't have to look for in the Express. Now, Miss Gray, what other interests did Mr. Hampton have?
Business interests? Anything at all. Well, he had a little commercial movie studio, the Aristocrat Film Company. But that's been closed up for 6 months.
Oh? Where's that?
At 292 Falmouth Street. They made shorts, commercial reels, and trailers. But it was only sort of hobby with Mr. Hampton. Never made any money.
Well, what do you know of Mr. Hampton's family and Mrs. Hampton?
She was alone when she married John, Mr. Hampton. She had no living relatives. And he just had an uncle. A Robert K. Hampton.
Oh, an uncle, eh? Where's he?
Well, he lived somewhere on an island in the Celebes Sea. Now held by the Japanese, I understand. He was a sort of black sheep. Mr. Hampton hadn't heard from him for many years. Assumed he was dead or a prisoner until...
Until?
Well, maybe I shouldn't tell you this. But shortly before his death, a letter came from Australia. I didn't open it, but when Mr. Hampton read it, he seemed terribly upset. Then he told me it was from his uncle.
Do you have that letter now?
No, it seems to have disappeared.
And this was just before his death?
Yes, he may have had it in his pocket.
Miss Gray, this uncle, was he by any chance mentioned in Mr. Hampton's will?
He gets everything. All his money, the business, the building, everything. Oh, Mr. Casey, this is all a terrible nightmare. I can't believe that he's gone. I don't know where to turn.
Oh, Miss Gray, it's all right. You mustn't break down. You need to rest a bit. Father, you know, you'll feel better.
I'm all right. I'm sorry. If you'll just excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back.
Well, certainly, Miss Gray. I'm sorry we upset you.
Thank you. I'll be all right.
Casey, you know something?
What?
A clue. She was in love with her boss.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Never mind. Just take a woman's word for it.
What's the matter, young woman?
Oh, nothing. That is, you gave me a start.
Why should I frighten you?
You look like...
And if I may ask, who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm just a reporter.
And who is this young lady?
I'm a reporter, too.
What are reporters doing here?
If you'll pardon me, sir, who are you?
My name is Robert K. Hampton. I'm John Hampton's uncle.
So you think this uncle had something to do with Hampton's death, huh?
Well, look, A guy named the Black Sheep Uncle as beneficiary in his will and suddenly gets a letter from him.
From all reports, he's very upset by it.
And the next day packs himself and his wife off in a plane for a double suicide.
Lieutenant Logan pronounced it an accident.
Yeah, well, it doesn't add up to me. This uncle ties in somehow. Come on, Ann, I gotta think. Let's get out in the air.
The nice smoke-laden air of the Blue Note, I have no doubt.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hiya, Casey. Hiya, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert.
What'll you have?
One beer.
Same as usual for me.
Okay, beer and the usual coming up.
Hey, what are you reading, Ethelbert?
A book on victory gardening, I guess. My sister Edna gave it to me.
Oh, your sister Edna likes to read.
Yeah, she does. She don't drink much.
What's the name of the book?
5 Little Peppers and How They Grew.
Listen, why don't you read something interesting?
Like that death plane story of yours in the Express?
Something.
I'm following that, too.
Good.
Here's your beer.
Well, what's your opinion?
Well, I think it was a sort of chameleon of errors. I think this guy was planning to run away with some dame.
No?
He gets the plane all heated up for it when a heavily veiled figure sneaks into the cockpit beside him and gives him the nod to get going. Then he finds out that it's his wife and not his lady friend under the heavy drapes and that she's crossed him up. And by that time, he's so disgusted he dumps the whole thing in the drink.
On what do you base these deductions, Ethelbert?
Yes, mastermind. Tell us.
Quote, he who tries to fool his wife ends up playing the fool himself. Unquote.
You better stick to your books, Ethelbert, and leave the amateur detecting to Casey.
Yeah, and you know, Ethelbert, I wouldn't waste my time on 5 Little Peppers either. It's way over your head.
Well, to tell the truth, I'm having a tough time wading through it. You got any ideas?
Well, there's Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire.
They got that in a book already?
Sure.
Well, it just declined and fell last September.
Hey, look, Annie, you tell him. I'm going over and talk to Ernie.
Hiya, Casey.
Hi, Ernie.
Ooh, you look worried.
Yeah? Ernie, you got an old tune handy? Something for me to think by?
Sure.
That's good. Can't quite tag it, though.
Me and my shadow.
Oh, yeah, sure. Me and my shadow.
Yep. You know, that other self always under your feet?
Other self, huh?
Yeah. You got another self. Now, one Casey has to stay here and work on the Express.
Yeah.
The other wants to fly away. Go deer hunting up in the woods somewhere.
Ernie, you got an uncle?
Sure, I got an uncle.
Well, look, if you knew he was coming to see you, would you want to fly away?
Well, I'd be tempted to.
Yeah, why?
Because it would mean that he was bringing his 8 kids along to live off of me.
Yeah, but the thought wouldn't make you want to kill yourself, would it?
Oh, Casey, why you got to be so dramatic? Of course not.
Tell me, Ernie, what makes guys want to get away?
Oh, a name, usually. But I see them fly away from one and go right to another, leaving all their worldly goods behind them.
That's kind of costly, isn't it?
Yeah. Dames are costly. Now, if it was me now, I'd try to get the dame to fly away and leave my worldly goods to me.
Yeah. What?
I say it'd pay a fella better if he could get the dame to fly away and leave the worldly goods to you.
Ernie, I think you got something there. Yeah, thanks.
Five Little Peppers and How They Grew has got me puzzled. I'm in the 4th chapter already, and they ain't even started to spade the ground up.
Hey, come on, Ann. I suddenly got a hunch.
Hey, where are we going?
Home. But tomorrow, we're going back and have another look at Uncle Robert K. Hampton.
You may come in now.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Robert K. Hampton. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey.
Yes, we've met before, briefly.
How do you do?
Burrow.
This is the young lady who was so startled yesterday when she first saw me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton. It was just that you looked so much
I know. You were struck by my resemblance to my nephew.
Yes.
Well, I don't blame you. You know, I never realized how much he'd got to look like me until I arrived and saw his picture here.
Yes, it is a striking resemblance, sir. Your hair is gray instead of brown.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, he had a mustache.
Yeah, but anyone would take you for brothers otherwise.
I think they're quite different.
Well, after all, there were only 7 years difference in our ages. I was just a kid when my brother's son, John, was born.
Yeah, we were very sorry about what happened to your nephew, Mr. Hampton. These things are always kind of tough to take.
Yes, they are. But, of course, it wasn't entirely unexpected. You know, I thought John would probably come to some violent end. Even as a kid, he was always keyed up. Couldn't relax. He should have taken things easier. Now look at me. I spent my youth bumming around the world. Never made much, but I had fun and got along. Then I found a spot where life was pleasant, and I settled down.
Where was that?
Shurang Island, near Borneo. Paradise. Simply paradise. That is, until the Japs came along. Then I somehow managed to get out. Just by the skin of my teeth, too.
Exciting.
Yes. Now, well, here I am. You see, everything worked out pretty well.
Yes, thanks to John Hampton, who spent his whole life...
You were saying?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton.
Do you mind if I take some pictures, Mr. Hampton? My paper wants to run a feature on you and your nephew. You know, your vastly different lives and activities. You know, the Hampton who traveled the earth and the Hampton who stayed at home.
That's rather a good idea, Mr. Casey. Where would you like me? Beside this picture of John?
No.
Great.
Sorry.
Yes, I would if you don't mind. Let's try behind the desk there.
All right. How's this?
You'll pardon me, Mr. Hampton, but your hair's a little mussed. You know, with such striking gray hair as you have, you want to have it looking its best.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll...
No, don't move. Miss Williams will arrange it.
Oh, all right.
Have you got a comb, Ann?
There's one right here in my bag. Now, just a second. There you are.
Thank you.
Fine, that's it. Now, Mr. Hampton, hold it.
Want another?
I'm sure that one picture should be enough.
Miss Gray, if you please.
Well, we'll take one more, just one more for good luck. Now, hold that just as you are, right there. Thank you.
Oh, but I'm afraid I'm in that one, too. Your camera was pointed right at me.
Well, we'll see when they're developed. Now, thank you both very much.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Casey, I'm somewhat of a camera fan myself.
No, that's so?
Yes, taken pictures all my life. I have some beautiful shots of Shurang Island. I was wondering if perhaps you couldn't print them along with the feature on my nephew and me. Not that I would want to monopolize the story, of course, no. But I only thought it might set off the differences in us. More dramatically. You know, give it a little added color.
Yeah, sure, that might be an angle. Let's see the pictures.
Yes, well, I have a few small ones in my wallet here. The Japs got most of my stuff, of course.
Oh, yes, I can imagine.
Let me see now. Yes, here's a nice shot. Mount Tonamau.
Hey, look at this, Ann.
Beautiful.
And this is a view of my backyard, so to speak, looking north.
Is that you in the hammock?
Yes, that's me. I used a self-timer. Set it and then ran and got into the picture. Used a flexo camera with f3.5 lens at 1/20th of a second.
It's not bad. What's this one?
That's me again. Same trick. That was taken from the front porch.
Looking south?
Yes.
That's lovely country. Looks almost like a stage setting.
I think perhaps we're boring these people, Mr. Hampton.
Yes, I'm afraid we are.
No, really, not at all. I'd like to use these pictures. They're exceptional shots.
And pictures always dress up a feature.
Well, all right. But you will be careful to return them to me, won't you? They're the only prints I have, and I treasure them beyond words.
Don't worry, I'll treat them with kid gloves.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Well, that's all right. Now, I think we'd better be pushing off. Time and deadlines wait for no man.
And no woman either. We're happy to meet you, Mr. Hampton, and we hope that you like it here.
I think I shall. Take good care of the pictures.
Right. Look for them in the Morning Express.
Bye, thank you.
Goodbye. I don't like that young man. He's too clever.
Now, darling, take it easy. After all, he's only a newspaper photographer.
Are you sure this article on you is a good idea?
Of course. We'll need it. Why do you think I went to all that work to get those pictures? The public must be convinced, too. Now, don't worry, my dear. There'll be no slip-up.
I bet it hadn't be. Not after 11 years of planning and waiting.
Now that those people have the pictures, I'll set fire to the evidence.
You mean burn the negatives?
There are little fires and big fires.
Oh. You mean...
Yes. Tomorrow night, a nice big fire.
Let's see that negative there.
Here you are. Yes, sir. That I call a nice layout.
Yeah. Pictures look pretty good, huh?
Mm-hmm. My article's all right, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, someday I must teach you how to read.
Oh, yeah. Say, these of Churang Island came out really bright and clear, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ann, look at this.
What?
You notice anything strange about those two shots taken in Hampton's front and backyard?
No.
Well, I do. Look. Look at this bank of clouds here.
Uh-huh.
It looks sort of like a face, doesn't it?
Oh, sure. It looks like my Aunt Sophie.
Now, quit clowning. Look at it close.
I'm looking.
Well, now, that's supposed to be a view looking north.
That's right.
Well, here's exactly the same formation in the view looking south.
Well, that's queer.
Queer. It's a physical impossibility. There haven't been two cloud formations exactly alike since the first day of creation.
Well, then these scenes were fake.
Yeah, they were beautifully fake. You know, I thought Hampton froze a little when you made that crack.
Which crack?
How about those pictures looking almost like a stage setting? No, Annie. Hampton gave us these pictures for the paper for a reason. He wants everyone to see them. He wants everyone to think that he has lived all these years miles away from here. And that he arrived here just in time to have a pot of gold fall into his lap.
Oh, that's a little too neat, isn't it?
Yeah, these pictures are all he's got to prove he wasn't here all the time.
Well, if he was here, how do we know he didn't murder John Hampton? He had the motive, all right. The will gives him everything.
Yeah, and right under John Hampton's feet. Hey, who said something like that? Ernie. That's right, me and my shadow. Annie, I think I got it. Quick, let me look at your comb.
Well, sure, Casey. Well, here, but what on earth's in there?
Hey, wait a minute. Here, look at this. A hair. A lone gray hair. I gotta take this down to Logan and have him run some tests on it. I'll see you back here in about an hour.
Well, here are your pictures of Hampton, the ones we didn't print.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to check on them. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Look, Bert. This one of Hampton with Miss Gray in the background. You see this?
Yeah. And what a sugar-coated look she's got on her portrait.
Here, let me see.
Don't she look like a mother whose son has just been made president of his class or something?
She in love with this guy?
Of course not.
You sure, Ann?
Well, she just met him.
Uh-huh. You swore she was in love with her boss.
That's right, and a woman like that couldn't be in love with two men.
Why not?
Because she's the perfect one-man-woman type.
Uh-huh. That's all I wanted to hear. I got a theory on this case, and this just about puts a pin on it. Come on.
Hey, where are we going?
We got a little job of breaking and entering to do. We're going to crash the deserted studio of the Aristocrat Film Company. I think I just about got it.
Isn't this a tiny little bit illegal?
I can fix that with Logan. He and I are just like that. There we are. Come on, we got to work fast.
Oh, spooky, isn't it?
Where'd I light a match? See any light switches around here?
Wait a minute. Here's one.
That's better. Oh, so this is the Aristocrat Movie Studio, huh?
And a fine place to bring a young girl in the dead of night.
Annie, you see those crates over there?
Yeah.
I'll bet you 10 to 1 they're full of prop palms, grass mats, and tropical foliage. Let's see.
All right. Mr. Casey, your intuition is appalling. I'm glad I didn't cover that bit.
Uh-huh. Artificial flowers, trees, rocks, leaves. Everything you need to build up a nice little South Sea Island setting right here.
Uh-huh. You mean Hampton could have sneaked in here alone, arranged a beautiful little tropic setting, and taken pictures all over the place?
Not only could have, he did, with a self-timer. And by changing the bushes and foliage around, he got the so-called view from his front porch and the one from his back porch.
Well, where's the sky with a funny cloud formation?
It's hanging right over your head. Look up.
All those big hanging things?
Yeah, it's one of those. Those are background, you see, held up there by these ropes tied right here.
Oh, which, these?
Hey, look out! You want to kill us both? You pull that knot and all those heavy drops will crash down on our heads.
Oh, sorry. I only thought you might want to get them down to see if you could find the one with the cloud.
Yeah, but we'll have to snub the rope around this peg and have to drop down gradually. Those things are heavy.
Put your hands up, Casey.
Hampton.
He's got a gun.
You too, Miss Williams.
Oh, yes, sir.
You seem surprised to see me, Mr. Casey. Why? You forget that I own this studio now? It's rather I who should be surprised. What are you doing here?
We're looking for Churang Island. And you?
I came to burn this place down. For a reason that you may have already surmised.
Yeah. You didn't want anyone to find out where you made those phony pictures, did you?
No, and I don't want you to tell them. And you won't if you and your charming lady friend should get trapped here and cremated.
There's rather an ugly name for that. Murder.
A murder is not a murder until it's proven so. But before I kill you, I want you to tell me something.
Yes, I expected that. Most murderers are very cautious to know where they slipped up. All right, I'll tell you, Mr. John Hampton.
Oh. You guessed that, too.
Of course. You're not Robert K. Hampton. There never was any Robert K. Hampton. You never fled from the Japs on Churang Island. You picked that place because it would be impossible to check your story. This whole thing was arranged between you and Miss Matilda Gray. You planned this for years and been in love with her for years.
Go on.
You drew your will to a fictitious uncle and probably faked up enough credentials so that you could appear to be that uncle.
And then when the time came, all you had to do was drug your wife, put her in a helicopter.
There was just enough fuel to get over the ocean and set the controls and let her go.
Don't you think the plan was clever?
Fiendishly clever. And it was clever of you to spend 10 years working out your disguise. Most criminals try to change their identity by putting on a disguise. You achieved a change by taking one off. One you'd worn for 10 years. You shaved your mustache, bleached the dye out of your hair, and then came down here and took a few pictures of yourself in a tropical setting. Then, the very next day, you turned up as the long-lost uncle, inheriting all your own money and in a position to marry Miss Matilda Gray.
I fooled everyone but you, Mr. Casey. Tell me, why did you suspect me?
Well, being a photographer, maybe I looked too closely at your pictures. And you made the mistake of using the same sky in all of them.
Oh. Clever of you to notice it.
Well, you slipped up on one other little thing, too. Your hair. Remember when I combed it for you, Miss Hampton?
Yes, under the police microscope, a strand of your hair still showed traces of brown dye.
It's those little things, Mr. Hampton.
Perhaps. And then, of course, you should never have let me get a picture of Matilda Gray off guard. For although she treated you badly and seemed to hate you, her love showed up in the face as plainly as though it were written there.
Very interesting.
And as Anne told me, a woman like Matilda Gray couldn't love two men. It turned out she didn't. Both men were you.
Quite right. Now, before you have a chance to turn this story over to the police, I'm afraid I shall have to shoot you both.
I wonder if you'd mind shooting me first. The sight of blood, you know.
You can't afford to joke, Miss Williams.
Oh, no. I don't want to be too near. May I stand over there by those ropes?
Wherever you wish.
Thank you.
Good girl, Annie. Good girl. Boy, that dude is... Okay, I got his gun.
Wow, that drop sure beat him.
Is he breathing?
Yeah. But he won't know it for an hour or so. Gee, kid, nice going.
Well, darling, you told me not to pull that knot and...
Annie, this was an inspiration. I could just about kiss you.
Oh, so I've got to save your life to deserve one stingy little kiss.
Well, boys and girls, day of days, the drinks are on first.
Now, wait a minute, Casey. My bet was with you. You can't do this to me.
Can't I, though? Hi, Ethelbert.
Hi, Casey, Miss Williams. Well, Mr. Burke, this is a surprise.
Yes,
Burke's buying the drinks, Ethelbert.
Wow, well, a bay.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Oh, hello, Grace. Well, a bay, Miss Williams.
Oh, double martini.
A double?
2 olives.
And the usual for me. A double.
Now, wait a minute, Casey.
And a double scotch for Ernie at the piano, too.
Hey, go easy, Casey.
One for his shadow, yeah. And one for you, Ethelbert, and a double for Grace.
Hey, Casey.
And see what the boys in the back room will have, too.
And what would you like, Mr. Burke?
Oh, please, Ethelbert. How much is sarsaparilla?
Well, as Carrie Nation once said, quote, he who partakes only of nature's liquor has the pleasure of remaining sober and paying the checks, unquote.
You've been listening to Casey, Press Photographer, played by Stotts Cotsworth, a new series of adventure programs based on the fictional character created by George Harmon Cox. Casey, Press Photographer is directed by Albert Ward and produced for Columbia by John Deep. Tonight's story was written by Charles Holden. Join us again next week at the same time for another swift-moving story of Casey, Press Photographer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
About 5 p.m. this date, she escaped from the sanitarium. Subject is described as white female American, 105 pounds, 5 feet 3 inches tall, 42 years, black hair, last seen wearing blue overcoat. No further description. Subject is reported to be a mental case and could become violent. Frequency clear, KMA 394. 561 reporting in service. Starting mileage 7395, 7395. Control 1 to 5, 610-4. Did you receive description of escaped mental patient? 5610-4, we have it. Control 1 to 5610-4, 6:08 p.m. starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. Right now, you're in the back seat of a detective unit, number 56. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins reporting in service on the night watch. Jotting down the description of that escaped mental patient. We'll probably be working on that later. But while you're with us tonight, remember, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch. Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 56, somewhere in the field, and Police Recorder Don Reed.
5-2 to Control 1, come in. Control 1 to 5-2, go ahead. 5-2, will you have a detective unit meet us at Bowman and Ranch Road at the gas station? We've located the mental patient that escaped the sanitarium. Control 1 to 5-2, 10-4, 5-6, come in. 5-6. Control 1 to 5-6, did you receive 5-2's transmission?
5610-4, we're in the area now. Be over there in a few minutes.
Control 1 to 5610-4, 6:35 p.m. KIBM 394.
Matter of a couple of blocks, we'll be at the gas station where one of our uniformed cars has this mental patient detained. It's just getting dark. Pretty heavy traffic out. Seems like everybody's trying to get home all at the same time. Here we are. Coming into the gas station. The district car has one of the drives blocked. We're swinging into the other here. Uniformed officers Good and Cameron holding middle-aged woman, bareheaded, long blue coat, confused expression on her face.
I've been trying to leave, so I scanned the wall and went to the gas station and called my husband to come and get me. In the meantime, those guys are chasing me, trying to bring me back into the sanitarium, and you're not allowed out there or anything.
Which fellows are chasing me?
I don't know. I've escaped them to here now when they called the cops. I'm afraid to even walk. They come here, you, and they... you can't imagine. You can't... 42 years old, you ought to be able to be sick yourself. You shouldn't have to stay, should you? Huh? Against your will?
Who put you in there, your husband?
Yeah, I had gone out of my head a couple of weeks ago, and he put me there with Dr. whatever his name is. And there I've been, and I've been getting all right, and I want to go now. They won't let you go. They won't let you go. And they've got several others in there the same way. They don't let them out. I said to the doctor this morning, I'd love to go home. I want to leave here. Oh, no, you can't. And he knocked me out like that. Gave me a shock treatment and knocked me out. And so tonight, they let us out in the back a little bit. Talk about convicts. They let us out in the back a little bit, and quite a large nurse there was watering. And I saw a wall, and I scanned the wall and ran down here. And they're chasing me. That shouldn't be allowed, should it, when you're 42 years old? Huh?
Well, what's your husband think of this?
He doesn't know what it's all about. He'll know now.
Well, how long ago did you call your husband?
About 10 minutes or so.
Well, why don't you come with us?
We'll go down to the station, and we'll wait down there, and we'll
No,
contact
he won't.
your husband.
No, please let me make a phone call first.
We'll
My husband's on his way. My husband's coming down here. My husband said he was coming here. So let me wait for my husband here. You want to wait with me? Then I'll go back with you. There's a phone booth right there, see? Right there.
If you want to call your husband, go right ahead.
All right, but I've got to get changed for court.
Evidently, even though she's just talked to her husband, she wants to talk to him again. She's huddled in the small outside phone booth. Breeze flowing in from the ocean, scattering her hair all over her face.
$0.20. I'll have to throw the quarter in. Well, I don't care about a refund. I never knew that a person wasn't allowed to choose their own life in this world. They're not my bosses. Why would I have to go with them? Will you tell me that? Why do I have to go with them? They're not my bosses. They're not my bosses. How come you haven't come yet? They're sending me back to the sanitarium. What is wrong with you? I won't have it. Please come and get me. What are you waiting for? What? Would you please come and take me home? Come on, come home! Please, I've been waiting so long! I'm gonna get sick! Will you come down and get me right away? All right, just a minute. Hey, they're coming after me.
Your husband is coming after you?
Yes, can you please tell the cops that? Just a minute.
Hello, Cameron.
Are they coming to get me? Please. Oh, I'm going to be a nervous wreck if they don't. I can't relax. Oh, you don't know what they're like.
Yeah. Yep, this woman's pretty confused. Arch and Paul are going to take her down to the station. You want to go with him? Yeah. I'm going to go out to the sanitarium and see what I can find out. I'll see you down at the station. Right. Okay. See you later. Right.
Told me to get my husband anyway. Listen, could you go up the block and see if he happens to be there now?
Well, I doubt if he could make it.
I don't know. He might have traveled fast because I was crying on the phone. I was crying on the phone.
The woman is in the back seat with Officer Cameron. We'll ride up front.
5210-4.
That would be the only car.
How long have you been at the sanitarium?
It'll be 2 weeks from Monday.
2 weeks.
Come Monday.
At the sanitarium over there. We had a patient who has escaped this afternoon.
You're not going to give me away, are you? But I mean, you're going to let my husband have me, aren't you?
We'll talk to your husband first. See what he wants.
I don't want to go back to the sanitarium. Can't we choose our own doctors in this world? Huh?
I'll tell you, we don't like to say anything about this until we talk to your husband.
Yeah.
The one that had me committed.
Why should I be put in a sanitarium? I mean, and pay good money out when I don't need it? Please don't give me back to that sanitarium. They'll be so mean to me. You can't imagine what they're like. You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like it. I know you wouldn't. Would you bring my husband here to the police station? Oh, how wonderful. Oh, God.
Sure, I believe someone get him back there.
We're here at police headquarters, and the woman patient will be detained until her husband arrives. She's being placed now in the detention room.
I'm so scared. Can I stand?
Well, you stay in there, though, for us, because we have to close this up.
We have to go on.
And we have to...
Well, can I stay here without being close?
Well,
the
desk officer.
The desk officer by himself, man. We have to go. So you just go in there.
Well, let me stand outside then.
No, we have
Why?
to right here. Well, because regulations.
I'm not a criminal.
No, I didn't see you were.
Please don't lock me in. I'll stay here gladly, but don't. Please don't lock me in.
Understand that.
Well, he can slam it shut if they come after me.
Well, no, we're not going to give him a chance to do that. But you just go in and sit down now and relax.
How did he get in this sanitarium in the first place?
Because I went out of my head. So they took me to this place here.
What's it like up there?
What's it like up there? There's a bedroom here, a bedroom there, and it's locked there, and it's locked there. And you're not allowed to go out. You're not allowed to use a phone. You're not allowed to call your husband. You're not allowed to use any phones at all. So, once in a great while, they let us out in the backyard there, a little bit, see. So, this great big nurse was watering there, and I saw a wall, and I thought, no, I'm going to try. I just can't stand this any longer.
So you went over the wall?
So I went over the wall and ran and called my husband. I don't think he probably didn't realize how serious it was. Because now he's coming after me.
Well, how do they treat you up there?
How do they treat you? They give you a little food and that's all. You're like you're in jail. No difference in here. You're not allowed out.
Don, will you step inside a minute?
Yeah, sure.
There's no difference right here.
Did you get down to the sanitarium, Perk?
Yeah, I went down and talked to the nurse, a couple of the people down there. She's definitely a mental case, has a persecution complex.
Feels that everybody's against her.
Sergeant Perkins. Okay, be right over there.
Her husband here?
Yeah, let's go over there.
All right.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we return you to police headquarters, where an investigation is underway, and to police recorder Don Reed.
And the office of Captain Lugo. Coming in the other door, the husband of the patient, nervously lighting a cigarette. Anxiety written all over his face.
Captain Lugo, Sergeant Perkins are going to talk it over.
Earlier this evening, we had a call that they were after from the sanitarium.
Mm-hmm.
And the radio car officers were dispatched, and they contacted her. And noticed her being disturbed.
Okay.
Consequently, I assume that she has a mental illness of some kind or something that is disturbing her. And that's why you were called, because something must be done to help your wife.
Well, I called them. She called me.
I see.
First. So, she just cried and hollered hysterical for me to please come and get her. So I knew it would take me a long time to get there, and I didn't know if she would stay there. So when she hung up, then I called the sanitarium, see, and they said, "Oh yeah, we're out looking for her now. We had her out in the sun yard or flower yard or something with 3 or 4 other patients, and she climbed over the wall, see." And so they said, "We're out looking for her now." And I said, "Well, do you know where she's at? Where they're at? You don't know where she's at, then?" And she said, "No." So I told her that she was at this gas station. See, she said, "Well, I'll tell them." Well, you can't tell them if they're out looking for her now. See, and that's I guess about it, eh?
Yeah. Has she been at the sanitarium long?
This was her second trip, and she was there just 8 days, and then she sold the doctor on the idea that she could come home. So he sent her home, and then she cracked up again. Then we had to call the ambulance because that time she went violent. See.
Have they been able to find out what causes it or what's back of it?
They say not. I had to talk with the doctor Tuesday down at his office. Said that I wanted to know something, or I'd tell her to move over down there. So, but he said all that they could do was give her these shock treatments. So I said, well, if that's the thing you do to your wife or someone dear to you, why, that's what I want done. So he told me then that she should have 12 of these treatments, see, and be there a month, and that I shouldn't see her, so I haven't seen her. I'm so confused now, I don't know what to do, and of course...
Well, sir, here's the situation. Naturally, we've done what we can so far to assist you in your matter here, but if you're going to take her back there, and you can take her back there, why, we'll be glad to release her to you. And, or if you need any assistance in any way, why, we'll be glad to give it to you. So if you think that you can take her back, if that's what you want to do, and that's what your doctor recommended, why...
Well, that's what he recommended, but like I say, you get... it's a little hard to think, maybe straight yourself at a time like this, because, I don't know.
Well, we of course, don't have any...
No, I know.
Any specific charge or reason to hold her, other than the fact that she is more or less despondent and probably mentally ill. And so whatever plans you have, we'll be glad to cooperate with you.
Have you talked to her? Did you see her or anything?
No, I've talked to her just very little.
I talked to her just for a few minutes.
Sergeant Perkins did talk to her, but there's no doubt that there is a problem there.
Of course, over the phone, when she was here, she must have evidently grabbed the phone from the officer because she said it's a chip joint. You don't know what they're doing to me and all that kind of thing. And I don't know. I'll take her home, but you don't know. See, sure. The sanitarium was helpless to come here and pick her up. Is that the idea?
No, they said that she had apparently gone there voluntarily, and that they were not in a position to forcibly take her back without the consent of her husband and the person, whoever was in charge, the doctor and the husband. So they apparently will take her back as long as they know you're here. I would suggest that you call the sanitarium.
I talked to them, and I said said that she thought it was better if one of their attendants go with the police officers and get her and bring her back rather than me. See, and I agreed heartily with that.
Let me put it this way: just on my observation, if she had been picked up by herself under the circumstance that had happened, and we had no relatives to contact like it happens once in a while, I wouldn't recommend her being released In other words, we would recommend that she be taken down to the general hospital.
It may be that after this episode, your doctor may have other findings for you, help you relieve your mind and know that you are doing what you believe is right.
Man, I don't know. I've done so much thinking, but I thought I had it all thought out. So did I Monday, and then when I called the doctor and had a half-hour session with him, I mean, he tried to answer me on the phone. I said, I'm going to pay for a half-hour deal with him. And he convinced me. If she'd only be a good kid and go through with this. But of course, I mean, if she had the reason to figure that out, I guess she wouldn't be in the first place. If I'm going to go by these guys that have spent years at it, she should go back.
I talked to the attendant out there. They're going to send a male nurse and a female nurse down, and we'll release them to them. Good. So they're on their way down now.
Let's get out of here. I don't want to see her.
Why don't you go the back way, and then you won't have to go there from where she is.
She can't see you right from where you walked in there.
Oh, can she?
Yeah, she's in the back there, so there's a possibility that she might hear your voice. Or
can she see our car across the street?
No, she's inside. She can just see her as you go out there. So you wanted to go right up the back door.
If you don't mind using the back door here, it might keep her from becoming more emotionally.
Well, I guess we're doing the right thing now.
After all, you've gone to your doctor, and he is a professional man. He's the one that should guide you in matters like this.
But when she said it was a chip joint on the phone, I get the idea of dungeons and chains and.
Well, it's a very reputable place.
She don't even have to know we were here, does she? I guess
we won't tell her anything.
The husband is slowly leaving the back door. Shoulder slumped over. He's carrying a pretty heavy burden.
Captain, the attendants from the sanitarium are out in front. We might as well turn her over to them.
Let's move out to the detention room. Holding on to the wire netting. Nurse from the sanitarium in front of the door, trying to persuade her to come out quietly. Not having much success.
You want to go with me? I'm waiting for my husband. He'll be at the hospital when we get there. Yeah, but if I go to the station, you'll lock me in. Look, honey, I'm 42 years old. Can I be boss myself? Officer, can I be my own boss at 42?
Captain Lugo is taking the nurse aside to fill in some details.
The doctor. And the doctor recommended that she be taken back to the sanitarium. And then he called your sanitarium. And consequently, we told him that we would assist you in
getting her back
if it was necessary. So we have a couple of men coming in to help you if you like. But the doctor recommended that he not see her because it probably would excite her all the more.
I wanted to bring a hypo with me and give it to her. That would quieten her down.
Well, we'll assist you when you start taking her. We'll be glad to assist you.
All right.
Attempt to get the patient out of the detention room. Officers opening the door. Woman is hiding in the corner.
No, I know where she's going to hurt me. No, she will do it. I'm afraid of her. I'm afraid. Honey, you know my name. I'm afraid of them over there. Honest, I am.
Look, we're going to say
I am. Why are they hunting me? You know what? Why are you after me? Why? I was sent here under supervision to get you there.
You know, we hadn't hurt you, have we?
No.
Of course we hadn't. Well, why don't you... They're not going to hurt you. We'll tell her it's not going to hurt you.
You don't know those girls there. I know you people there. You're locked in there. You're not allowed to go out. I asked if I could go to the dentist tomorrow, and they said no. What did I tell you? I said, tomorrow we'll contact the dentist. Oh, you guys. See how they are?
Well, you're going to...
And I'm 42 years old. Can I be my own boss?
Well, look,
here's the situation.
I'm 42.
You go with them.
They'll lock me in there again. I know that.
Well, you go with them.
You know it too. Well,
The subject has been coaxed out of the detention room. Nurse assisting her outside for a waiting ambulance. Well, this has to be done. How to get her in as quietly as possible is the problem. One of the officers has a restraining strap under his arm. Hope it won't be necessary to use it.
I betcha.
You just go right ahead.
Aren't you officers to help?
Sure we are.
Well,
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Will you help me? I don't want to go with them.
Come on.
I don't want to go with them. I don't trust them. You know darn well once you get me in there, I'm stuck, ain't I?
No.
Well, then why are you after me then?
They want you to go back. You can't stay here all night.
All right, you watch tomorrow. I'll be in that sanitarium again.
Not up
Well, I'm 42. Ain't I old enough?
You talk to your husband about it. Come on, get out in front.
I'll sit in front. Yeah. Him again.
That's up to your husband. Not up
Well, I'm 42. Ain't I old enough?
You talk to your husband about it. Come on, get out in front.
I'll sit in front. Yeah.
Officers are helping her into the front seat. Male attendant sliding in beside her.
I'm so scared.
You're not ready. Now we'll go back.
I don't want to go back. I don't want that thing,
Nothing to be scared about.
Do I have to have this thing,
No,
doctor?
your husband will get another doctor. We'll straighten that out. We'll take care of it. We haven't hurt you yet, have we?
No, but now you won't. I can't get near a phone. Oh, will you come with, please?
Well, finally succeeded in getting the young lady into the ambulance. Nobody can hear her calling her.
You go back there.
The male nurse on one side, the female nurse on the other to secure her.
You better come over. Wait till I get out. It'll be awful.
There she goes. Returning now to the sanitarium. Well, Perk, some people are lucky, some people... Yeah, let's get to work now.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it happened on The Night Watch. For the disposition of this case, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's case varies from the usual conception of police work by merely lending assistance in a purely personal matter. However, the facts are important. We have a man who had to make a decision, a very difficult decision. After 20 years of a successful marriage, this verdict was not easy to reach. Sentiment and his love for his wife would have led many people in his position to do nothing and hope. In reality, this would have been the cruelest step of all. Regardless of how heartbreaking a problem he faced, the commitment was made. Contrary to his wife's views, the sanitarium he selected is one of the most competent in the area. A recent check shows his wife is responding to treatment and soon should be able to return home and take her normal place in society. We have presented this case tonight because other people throughout the country are facing similar situations. If we can make just a few realize that the proper decision in time may spare the victim years of agony, then we have a purpose in presenting the actual happenings on the Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
tell Jim if you want, George, but he's shaving.
Well, it's all right, Sylvia. I'd much rather talk to you.
Thanks. That's one of those things I'd much rather not remember. Look, George, Jim's going to take a shower after he shaves. The minute he's through, I'll tell him to call you back. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute.
Well...
Well, how about inviting me to the house?
But...
As I understand it, married people do have friends over once in a while.
Friends, yes.
Oh, now, really? As a matter of fact, Jim asked me over. I'm supposed to be there now.
Well,
Sylvia, the only thing you can possibly have against me is the fact that I like you. Now, is that a...
Open up in there! Open this door!
What was that?
Wait a minute. Who is it?
I'm a police officer. Open this door, quickly.
Goodbye, George.
But, Sylvia...
Hurry with this door.
I'm coming. Now, what is all this?
There's the room with a narrow window, lady. Fast. Where is it?
The bathroom, right this way. What's the matter?
That's what I'm going to find out. This scrubbing brush came flying through that window into the street a second ago. Who's in this room?
My husband. He threw the brush through the window?
That's what I said. Now I'm going to find out why. You inside. Open up.
Oh, stop being so dramatic. The door's not locked.
Oh, well then...
Jim, tell this officer... Jim!
Your husband isn't going to be telling anybody anything ever, lady. He's dead. And from here it looks like he's dead from very unnatural causes.
I tell you why I asked you to come to my office, Vance. I think you'll like the reason.
I don't like murder, Markham. My enjoyment comes from helping catch killers.
I understand that, of course. Vance, a man named Jim Raines was found dead this afternoon in his bathroom. He'd been poisoned.
Oh?
It was a slow-acting poison. Took effect several hours after it was given him.
Not too unusual a situation up until now, Markham.
No, that's true, but listen to this. The bathroom door was unlocked. As Raines felt himself dying, or anyhow, this is what we imagine happened, he seized a scrubbing brush and tossed it through the window. A police officer was passing, went into the house, and found the body on the bathroom floor.
Anybody in the house?
The victim's wife, Sylvia.
Why didn't he call out or open the door to call his wife?
That is why I phoned you.
I see.
I don't know the answer to that unless he suspected his wife had poisoned him and knew she wouldn't help him.
That's possible.
It certainly is.
I think I'll find out a few things about the late Jim Raines before I see her, though. I'm sure the victim broke that window so that we could see through his reason and find his murderer.
Just a moment, please. Be right with you. Well, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. Please sit down, Mrs. Raines. May I say that black is a very becoming color?
Why did you kill my husband?
Oh, Sylvia, please, I didn't kill Jim. Why should I have killed him?
You had lunch with him. You poisoned him. You wanted me, didn't you? You knew I wouldn't have anything to do with you while he was alive, so you killed him. You killed him, and now I'm going to kill you.
Now, Sylvia, don't be ridiculous. Put that gun down.
You took Jim away from me. You're a murderer, but you'll never be caught. You're too clever.
Now, my dear.
See how smart you really are. See if you can outthink a bullet.
Oh, you fool. Give me that gun. That's better. You ought to either not carry a gun, my dear, or learn to aim it properly. So, you imagine I poisoned Jim. It's true I did have lunch with him. But have you forgotten? I was due at your house when he died. I'd hardly be stupid enough to give the police a ready-made suspect.
You killed him. I know you did.
You know, Sylvia, this could have been a very good act you put on. Let's say you poisoned Joe.
What?
Let's just say that. You came here carrying a gun, accuse me, purposely fire a wild shot. The perfect picture of an innocent, outraged wife. Sylvia, you're out of your mind. Maybe I'm not the only one that's clever. Maybe it's just what I've always suspected. That you and I would make such a wonderful team. District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Yes, Vance. Anything yet on the Jim Raines murder?
I've made some progress. Raines was in the numbers racket. Did you know that?
The homicide department undoubtedly knew advance, but I haven't received a report yet. This case is only a few hours old, you know.
I realize that. I also realize that Raines operated in opposition to a man named Eddie Cayley. And Cayley wasn't too happy about the whole thing.
Well, Vance, we have the wife as a suspect, of course, but you haven't been to see her.
No, not yet.
Now that you've uncovered Kaylee, I imagine you, merely to be consistent, won't go to see him either.
I'll see him, but not right now. Now I think it's time you and I went to see Mrs. Raines. If I'm going to see suspects, I must remember my etiquette. You know, Markham, ladies first.
What was the take for today, Whiting?
I don't know yet, Eddie.
Why not?
It takes me a little time to add up figures. But I like figures. You ever hear anything like that? I like figures and I don't understand them.
So what? I like women and nobody understands them. All the runners bringing their slips?
All except Squirmy. He's due any minute. 6, 8.
Take off your shoes for that number, Whiting.
Huh?
It's over 10. You'll run out of fingers to count on.
Gee, I like mathematics. Hey, that must be Squirmy now, Eddie.
Yeah, okay.
1, 12.
Come on in after I press the buzzer to open the door.
Hi, Mr. Cayley.
Squirmy.
Hi, Whitey.
Hi.
I'm here, right on schedule. No?
You're here right on schedule, yes. Empty your pockets.
Plenty of numbers today, Mr. Cayley. Plenty. Everybody plays numbers.
Lots of suckers.
Yeah. Tell them a dime gets them $60, and all they got to do is guess 3 numbers right, and they all chuck me dimes, no?
Yeah, pretty good selection. Squirmy.
Well, gee, Mr. Cayley, don't call me Squirmy. My name is Claude.
Pretty good reasons for being called Squirmy, if you ask me.
Okay, Squirmy. I've got all your collection slips. Let's have the money you picked up.
Surest thing you know. I got it right here. Plenty of money, plenty of dimes. Oh, plenty, boy. Yeah. How about that? Pretty good, no?
That's all, huh?
That's it.
Hey, let me have them slips of paper, Eddie. Gives me more figures to add. Gee, I like figures.
Take 'em, Whitey.
Okay.
Squirmy, come here.
What?
Take off your hat.
There ain't no lady in the room.
Okay, I'll grab it off. There.
Hey, give me back my hat. Give me back my hat.
Sure, as soon as I see what's in the inside band.
Hey, what's the matter?
Well, what do you know? Policy slips. You're taking numbers on your own, aren't you, Squirmy?
Now, look, Mr. Kelly, look, I don't know how they got up there.
No?
I've been framed. Somebody
Clip me again, Eddie. Just let me count. That's 1.
No, don't.
I got rid of 1 competitor, Jim Raines, and now I got another. 2.
Wait a minute, Mr. Kelly. Them numbers I had up there, I kept them there in case I got picked up by the car.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's it. In case I got picked up by the car.
Please keep it up, Eddie. I'm having fun.
I'm a little tired of playing.
4.
Now get up and get out of here, Squirmy. And next time, remember, don't try to get cute with me.
Sure, I remember.
Okay.
I won't get cute. I remember. So long, Mr. Cayley. So long, Whitey.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure, Whitey.
I guess I can't blame him too much, Whitey.
What do you mean?
With Jim Raines out of the way, he just got ambitious, that's all.
Yeah, that's what it is, all right. You know, Eddie, this is no business for secrets.
Remember that, Whiting.
Sure. Guy works for you. He ain't got no right to keep anything under his hat.
I think we're heading in the right direction, Markham.
In the car or in the case, Vance?
Both. We're on the way to see Mrs. Raines, armed with several pertinent bits of information.
That her husband was in the numbers racket, that he had a tough competitor named Eddie Cayley, and what else?
That he was quite a bit older than his wife.
We have a foundation, of course, Vance. But the puzzling features of this case are still unexplained. Why did Raines throw a brush through the window when he could have opened the door?
And who fed him poison?
Yes.
Well, I imagine we'll have the answers to those questions very soon. After you, Markham.
Right.
Markham, what has the homicide department reported since our talk a little while ago? Anything at all?
Nothing of interest. They traced Raines' movements during the day and found he had lunch with a George Morrow. Very respectable individual, as I understand it, and a good friend of the dead man.
But they did have lunch together, which makes Morrow a potential suspect in case we run out of those we already have.
If you say so. The bell, Vance?
If you say so. There we are. Let me see now. Raines has been dead how long up till now?
Exactly 4.5 hours.
Right. That means that...
Yes?
Well, I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Raines. This is Philo Vance. We'd like to come in if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means. How can I help you?
We're not sure. Mrs. Raines, your husband has been dead only a little over 4 hours. I notice a black coat and hat here in the hall, and you're wearing a black dress.
Isn't that customary when one is in mourning?
Yes, it is. You had all these clothes before your husband's death?
Every well-dressed woman has at least one black dress, Mr. Vance.
And the coat?
I just happened to have a black coat.
I understand.
Mrs. Raines, what we'd like to find out is this. Why would your husband throw a brush through the bathroom window to attract attention when he could have attracted attention so much more easily by opening the bathroom door and calling?
I don't know.
You were home at the time.
I was on the telephone talking to a friend of Jim's, a man named George Marlowe. He was telling me that Jim expected him at the house, and just then the policeman pounded on the door.
Do you mind if I see the bathroom?
No, why should I? This way.
Come along, Markham.
Right.
Jim was shaving. He was going to take a shower after he'd finished. I could hear the shower running while I was on the telephone.
Who shut off the water?
I don't know. I don't think it was running when the policeman and I found Jim's body. I'm sure it wasn't.
You were hysterical from shock. A detail such as that might have slipped your mind.
The water had been turned off. Well, what's so important about that?
I'll let you know in a moment. I want to turn on that shower.
Well, go ahead.
I don't know what this is supposed to prove, Vance, except that there's hot water in the shower.
You aren't the only one who doesn't know what else Mr. Vance is trying to prove.
Mr. Vance isn't trying to prove anything. Mr. Vance has already proven it.
What?
All right, please, both of you, get out. Get out, please.
What's the hurry? What's with the pushing?
I'm sorry.
I hope you have a good reason for rushing us out of here, Mr. Vance.
I have the best reason in the world. Markham, I want a 24-hour police guard placed in front of this bathroom.
What?
I want it closed to everybody until I ask for it to be opened.
That could be arranged, I imagine. Want to tell me why, Vance?
Certainly. There's something in that bathroom that tells me definitely who poisoned Jim Raines.
This is District Attorney Markham. The shower bath murder case opened when Jim Raines, numbers racketeer, was found poisoned in his bathroom. We know the poison had been administered several hours before. We know that Raines' wife was younger than he and attractive. That the dead man's racket rival was Eddie Cayley, and that he had a friend named George Morrow. That's all we know. But Philo Vance insists he knows who killed Raines after he, Vance, turned on the shower in the bathroom. It is sometime later in my... Still not talking, Vance?
What's the point of telling you, Markham? You need evidence that will stand up in court. I don't have it.
Will you get it? That's the question.
I'm going to try.
Well, you've been...
I know what you're going to say, that I've been reasonably successful in getting proof for you before. But each case is different, Markham. Precedent hasn't any importance because there never has been a case like this.
Could you tell me why Jim Raines threw that brush instead of opening the door?
Yes, I can, but I won't. I know why he did it. I know everything about this case now. All I have to do is take the mystery of that shower and use it to make a murderer come clean.
9 and 5 is 14, and 20 and 8 is...
Cut it out, Whitey.
Hey, figures, Eddie, figures. You know how nuts I am about figures. I gotta keep adding them all the time.
What are you adding? There aren't any policy slips in front of you?
Yeah, I know. I just rehearse.
Oh.
Sometimes I just sit for hours adding up imaginary figures.
Yeah.
8 and 3, 7 and 2. Fascinating, Eddie.
Wait till you hear about subtraction. You'll really be in for a great treat.
Who's that?
I don't know. It's somebody who doesn't know the code knock. Now, wait here, Whitey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
I'm George Morrow. I'm looking for Eddie Cayley.
What are you looking for him for?
I'll tell him.
Hit the buzzer, Whitey. We'll let this guy in. I'm Cayley.
Oh?
Come on in. What's on your mind, Morrow?
Cayley, I've got a little information for you.
Yeah?
You're not taking over Jim Raines' numbers business.
No.
That's right. No.
Hey, I dig this guy, Eddie. He's the fella talking to Jim Raines' wife on the telephone when Raines kicks off in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's right. I knew Raines' racket. I was all set to take it over when I heard that you've moved over to Raines' side of town.
So what?
Move back, Cayley. Quick. That's all.
How is it? Will you listen to me?
Now, you take your hands off me. Now, take them off there.
Tomorrow, I don't think I like being shoved around.
When you know for sure, tell me.
Go ahead, boys. Take care of him. That way I get to do some counting.
Okay, here we go.
Come on.
Whitey, I think I'll need some help with this guy.
Okay, boys.
Well, that's that.
Sure.
Nice work with that blackjack, Whitey.
It wasn't really nothing, boys. 1, 2, 3, and boom.
I don't think he'll bother us again in a hurry.
You said it.
One good thing he did, though.
What's that?
He told me he knew about Raines, was all set to take over Raines' racket. The cops will be glad to hear about that, and they're going to hear about it if they get too close to us. He had an awful good motive for murder, Whitey. Awful good.
I can tell you about Cayley is what you already know, Vance. He's in the numbers racket. He has a couple of runners who collect policy slips for him, and one of them is this fellow they call Squirmy. He's supposed to hang around this territory somewhere.
You'll know him when you see him.
Yes, I looked at his gallery pictures a little while ago. And, Vance.
Yeah?
I think that's the man right there in front of that store.
Do I look disreputable enough?
Put your hat down over your eyes some more.
All right.
That's it. Go ahead, Vance, and I wish you luck. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
I will. Hi.
Hi.
I got a hunch on a number.
How much of a hunch, huh?
Quarter's worth.
Yes. Give me the 2 bits. Write the number you like on a hunk of paper and meet me tomorrow right here if you hit. Okay, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
You hang out right here in this corner?
That's right. See you tomorrow if you get lucky.
My friend, I'll see you long before that if I really get lucky.
Look, George, I don't want to talk to you now or ever.
Oh, but
and nothing you can do or say can make me change my mind.
I wouldn't say nothing, Sylvia, if I were you.
What do you mean?
I was just up to see a fellow named Eddie Cayley. He was a business rival of your husband.
Well, what does that make me?
You'll have to listen to find out.
Well?
Eddie and a stooge of his worked me over. Good. But I had a reason for going up there.
So?
You were the reason. So don't you think you should be a little reasonable?
Honest, Mr. Cayley.
Yeah?
Here's my hat. Nothing in it. See?
You sure?
Yeah. All the policy slips just like I collected them.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And all the money I got.
Hey, you got a lot of them, Eddie. I'm having a swell time adding up these numbers.
Well, enjoy yourself, Whitey.
Yeah.
Say, I wonder why the other runners haven't come in. It's time for them to be here, isn't it?
If you say it's time, Mr. Cayley, it sure is time. No?
Thank you, Claude.
Gee, thank you.
Hey, that's not knock. Must be one of the boys now, Eddie. Want to let him in?
Certainly.
Hey, that ain't one of our boys.
I'm not one of anybody's boys. I'm Philo Vance.
How did you know the knock we used?
Sensible question. That seems to indicate that you are the head man. You are Cayley.
That's right.
You want to know about the knock?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching down the hall when Squirmy here knocked at the door.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cayley, I didn't know. Honest, I didn't.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up? Okay. Now he'll call me Squirmy.
Will you cut that out? You were watching, Vance, and listening.
I stand corrected. Well, Cayley, you want to know why I'm here.
Keep talking.
That's simple. You're in the numbers racket. So was Jim Raines. That's a very definite connection between you two.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. I know who you are. You're no cop, and that means I'm not ratting on anybody. But George Morrow wanted in on Raines's racket. He told me that himself. If you're looking for Raines's killer, you don't have to look any further than him.
Thank you. But I think this numbers business of yours, Cayley, is sufficient to lock you up until I get ready.
Whitey, the blackjack.
Yeah.
Grab him for me.
Don't grab so easily, my friend.
Come on, Whitey. Three of us ought to handle this one guy.
All right, everybody, cover.
Well, the district attorney and a gun.
Yes.
I'm getting up in the world.
Markham, you interrupted the proceedings just when I was starting to enjoy myself. But I'm glad you did. I'm very anxious to get this case over with.
I followed you as you asked me to, Vance. Do I take Cayley in as Jim Raines' murderer?
No. Just on the numbers racket charge, Markham. Nobody here killed Jim Raines. But let's go to Raines' house, and I'll point out somebody there who did.
Sylvia, I don't know why Philo Vance told me to come over here, but I'm glad he did.
Oh.
It gives me a chance to tell you something in person. Something you wouldn't listen to on the telephone.
Go away from me, George. You make me sick.
I've got a lot of money, Sylvia. I know where to get more. I want to marry you. We'll work things out so they'll be just the way you want them.
Get out of here. I don't care if 9 Philo Vances ask you to come over. I tell you to get out. You disgust me.
You can't talk to me that way, Sylvia. You can't. I won't let you.
Try and stop me.
Oh,
now,
Sylvia.
you either get out of here, George, or I will. Take your choice. Only don't take too long to make up your mind.
Sylvia, you've got to listen to me. I've wanted you ever since I saw you. Jim was my friend, but friends don't mean anything when a man falls in love. He was in the way. I could never have you with him around.
You killed him.
I disgust you, do I? It didn't do me any good to kill him, did it? Well, I'm going to kill you like this. So what you know won't be any good to you either. So let me.
Come on, Marlowe, let's go. That was too far, if you ask me. Hold him, Marlowe. Now stand right where you are.
But you got here just in time, Mr. Markham. You and Vance.
We've been here quite some time, long enough to hear you admit you killed Raines.
You'd never found out any other way, either of you, or the police.
I think you're wrong, Morrow. I knew you'd poisoned Jim Raines.
You knew? How did you know?
Raines told me, Morrow, after he was dead. Before we go into the Raines bathroom, Markham, you realize why we went up to Eddie Cayley's headquarters.
Break up his policy operation.
Exactly. Then, too, I needed a little time to contact Morrow, have him go over to see Mrs. Raines. And I had to be sure Mrs. Raines knew the part I rehearsed her in.
I understand all that, but there's something I don't understand. Jim Raines was in that bathroom. He had finished shaving and was about to take a shower. He felt himself dying, and instead of opening the door and calling for help, he tossed a brush through the bathroom window. How are you going to explain that?
I will, I promise you. And I'll begin by telling you that he thought George Morrow was in the living room. Remember, Raines' wife told us that when she was on the phone with Morrow mentioned he was due at the Raines house, and that was the reason for his phone call.
Yes, that's right.
Very well. Raines died thinking that Morrow might be in his apartment. That's why he threw the brush through the window instead of opening the door. He didn't want Morrow to come in and find his body.
Why not? Now, what did you mean by saying Raines told you who killed him?
I'll show you. Come into the bathroom.
All right. I'm here, and waiting to be shown.
I closed the door. And turn on the hot water in the shower.
Turn on...
This was the situation Raines was in, identically. Take a look at that bathroom door, Markham. What do you see?
I see a mirror. That's not unusual.
Watch the mirror.
Yes?
What's happening?
It's clouding up. The steam from the hot water is covering... Vance! There's writing on that mirror.
Read it, Markham.
It's just becoming legible. George Morrow poisoned me. Then there's the beginning of Jim Raines' signature. Vance, this is fantastic.
Is it? I think not. Raines wrote that when he realized what had happened to him. And he knew Morrow had poisoned him. But he was afraid Morrow was in the house.
So he didn't open the door. That's reasonable. Morrow would have come rushing in and wiped off the mirror.
Raines was very clever. He wanted the bathroom window broken, knowing that the steam would be dissipated by the draft, and the writing on the mirror would disappear with it.
Oh.
But it could be brought back by anybody who would wonder, just as we wondered, why a window was broken when a door was available.
Now, the writing stayed on the mirror. I don't understand that.
Try it sometime with your own mirror, Markham. Steam it. Write on it. When the steam disappears, the writing disappears. Re-steam it. The writing comes back. Now you know the whole story.
Yes, thanks to you, I know the story and the motive. And I see why you had to have proof of his guilt. A proof we overheard when he talked to Mrs. Raines, even though you knew Morrow was our murderer right from the beginning.
Yes, Markham. I saw this handwriting on the mirror at the beginning of our adventure. But Morrow sees the handwriting on the wall at the end of the shower bath murder case.
Calling all detectives. A scraped fender, a radio broadcast, and a mob of children. Those are the exhibits on this page of my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Anything I, Jerry Browning, private detective, have learned, it's this. Never start anything you can't finish. It was about 9:30 in the morning, and I was getting a lift downtown from one of my neighbors. Marvin was a huge man, big and fat. He made his living by telling good-humored stories over station KLMX to a vast late-afternoon audience of children who knew him as Uncle Marv. On the radio, Uncle Marv was all laughter and jollity. But right now, he was sullen and tight-lipped.
Just look at those guys drive. Insane. They're all insane. Cutting in and out of traffic.
You're getting driver's nerves, Marv. They're just in a hurry to get to work. If you'd relax... I never finished the sentence, because at that moment a driver in the lane alongside decided to cut in ahead of us. He misjudged the distance by a few inches, scraped the fender of Marvin's car, then cut over still another lane and vanished. Marv got out of his car, inspected the damaged fender.
$20 it'll cost to fix that. Hit-and-run drivers, never a cop around when you need one. I tell you, Jerry, this town is lawless, and I'm going to do something about it.
I grinned. Yeah? Like what? Talk about it over the radio? Marvin's face muddled.
I may do just that.
Marvin dropped me at my office, and that was the last I heard of him for 2 days, when he came to my office. He was hatless, coatless, dripping with perspiration, his eyes bulging with fright.
Jerry, whatever it costs, you've got to help me out. I got 1 million kids started on a crusade, and I don't know how to stop them.
When Uncle Marv Drakeman's car was scraped by a hit-and-run driver, Marv told all about it to his radio audience of children.
Me and my big mouth. I wasn't satisfied to let it go at that. I had to tell them the town was lawless. I had to build it up. Now the kids have started a crusade.
Take it easy, Marv. What can kids do besides nag their folks about better law enforcement? That's all to the good. At the sound of the sirens, Marv's huge bulk quivered.
What can they do? Do you hear what I hear?
What's going on, Marv?
I keep telling you, it's the kids. They invade bookie joints, picket taverns, block off streets, and stop motorists. They trail tough-looking characters. Jerry, in another couple of days, they'll have the city standing on its ear.
I grabbed my hat. Marv, you and I are going to police headquarters. The entire block around headquarters was teeming with kids, all yelling and screaming. I shouted to Marv, "What are they doing down here?"
"They're bringing clues, places they want raided, people they want arrested." "What can I do, Jerry?"
"Get out and talk to them." It was impossible to talk. In fact, it took a squad of cops to rescue Uncle Marv from his frenzied fans and drag him inside the station. The police commissioner's face was 2 shades redder than Marv's.
"So you were the fool who's responsible for this riot. Drakeman, you'll go to jail for this if I have to have a special law passed to get you there."
I stepped between the commissioner and the cowering actor. "That won't help, Commissioner. If you lock up Marv, the kids will consider him a martyr. There'll be no possible way to stop them." The commissioner opened and closed his mouth a couple of times. Then,
"What do you suggest, Browning?"
"We're dealing with a mob. The fact that it's a mob of children doesn't make it any less dangerous. What's needed is to take the mob and drain off its violence." The commissioner got up.
"I don't know what you're talking about, Browning, and I don't care. You call those kids off, or this fat ham is going to jail for life. Now get out of here, both of you!"
I sneaked Marv out of the station through a tunnel connecting with the courthouse. By then it was time for his regular afternoon broadcast, except that when we got back to the station, in view of the situation created, the station has decided to cancel Uncle Marv for the time being and substitute a program of soothing music. Good day, gentlemen. Marv and I were driving home, both of us very quiet. A couple of times we heard sirens in the distance. Neither of us commented on it. Suddenly...
Jerry, look, in that lane. There's the guy who bumped my fender, started all this. Jerry, what are you doing?
I'm going to catch him and save your career. I was out of the car almost before it started. I ran over to the speed demon. I put you under arrest for reckless driving and leaving the scene of an accident. He was meek enough. They always are after you grab them. I hustled him to a precinct station, had him booked. Then I called every newspaper in town, gave them the story. And finally, at the radio station... we interrupt our Hollywood broadcast to bring a special message to the children of this city from the well-known private detective, Jerry Browning. Mr. Browning. How are you, fellow sleuths? This is Jerry Browning. I take 'em alive. I got news for you, kids. A big idea, too. Here's the news. The lawless driver who ran into Uncle Marv's car is under arrest. He wilted and confessed. And he'll go to the big house. Or anyway, pay a fine. So you don't have to worry any more about Uncle Marv. He's in fine shape. And here's the idea. This law enforcement campaign you kids have started is fine. And I want you to keep it up. That's right. Keep it up. Anytime you see something suspicious, write me a letter to Jerry Browning in care of this station. And if your information leads to the capture of a criminal, well, you'll get a Jerry Browning Jr. Sleuth diploma. But remember, all I want is the letters. Don't try to make arrests yourselves, because I'm the president, and that's my job. And now I return you to Hollywood. Well, that did the trick. For a while, letters poured in by the thousands. And Uncle Marv's sponsor supplied the Junior Sleuth diplomas. And the thing petered out as the force of mob violence was dissipated. In fact, a few months later, Marv's sponsor was bothering him to think up another wonderful publicity stunt. I understand Marv has a new sponsor. Like I said, radio is a great and powerful force. And these days, when I tell about my own cases and problems, the one thing I'm careful not to do is ask for help. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. It started with death on my doorstep and got worse when I lied to a sympathetic bull, was pistol whipped by a gorilla with dimples, and fought with a kitten on the Keys. And it might have gone on that way all night if I hadn't been helped by the king of the beasts. From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The August Lion. It was one of those in-between hours, along about 10 on a night at home when you don't quite know what to do with yourself. Then, all of a sudden, it's 11, and then 11:30, and you're in slippers and a robe and have done nothing, which is exactly where I was, except that I'd already decided on one, and only one, very dry martini, a quiet cigarette, and bed, when it came loud, insistent, and unwelcome. No improvement when I opened up. Saw less than 5 feet of excited cab driver jumping up and down.
Mister, you Doc Marlowe?
Yeah, I'm Doc Marlowe.
That's right. Here he comes with a Doc. You better make room. Is the sofa there okay? I'll clear it off.
Wait a minute, Jack. Who comes? Who?
Okay, mister. Bring her on in. The Doc's here, all right. Hey, Doc, is she stiff? She's out like a light.
Who?
The babe. Who do you think? sure too bad some people can't drink, huh, Doc?
Yeah, it's real tough. Now tell me, do you...
Hello, Phil.
That's an angel.
I'm sorry to bust in on you this way. Is the sofa all right?
No, it's stuffed with granite. Put her in the bedroom.
Okay, will you take care of the driver, please?
Yeah. How much, friend?
Well, only 80 cents on the meter, Doc.
A couple of bucks ought to cover it. Here. Good night.
Good night, Diamond Jim.
Well, Phil, I guess I better explain all this.
Uh-huh.
Here, I haven't seen you in 6 months, and when I do...
Never mind the details, Judd boy. Let's talk about the problem. Who's the girl?
Her name's Voss. Eileen Voss. She's kind of a stockbroker. Maybe speculator's a better term. You know, takes big chances with other people's money. I was in love with her, Phil, until tonight.
When what happened?
When I found out I was just one of many, it threw me, Phil. I really lost my temper. I swore I'd kill her on sight.
Yeah, most guys do at a time like that, Judd. What's that got to do with her being drunk? And by the way, while we're talking, I'll put on some coffee.
No.
Huh?
No, don't, Phil.
Why not?
Because it can't help. She had a shot too many, all right. Only this one's a bullet in her head. She's dead.
Oh, fine.
Now, Phil, listen, please. You've got to help me. I've got to find out who did it. Phil, it started a couple of hours ago when I found out she'd been playing me for a sucker. I went to her place the first time in a week, boiling mad. The door was open.
Judson's angel's eyes never left my face as he told the story from the beginning. The girl's body on the couch when he walked in, a neat hole in the back of her head. The gun he knew she owned shoved under her pillow. Then in the next second, before he could even look in the other rooms, the arrival of the cabbie somebody'd called who thought Eileen was just another drunk who had to be shown the way to go home. How he seized on that as an opportunity to keep from being placed at the scene of the murder he had every reason to commit. How minutes after he was in the cab, he realized he was near my place. How to avoid suspicion, he said I was a doctor. Everything except why, specifically, he was so afraid of the police. I knew that was going to be next.
Now, Phil, I suppose you want to know why I couldn't possibly call the police.
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Because I'd surely be booked and fingerprinted. And that'd ruin me. You see, a long time ago, I served time in the state penitentiary in Illinois.
What?
Yes. Oh, I've kept it quiet. Only Phoebe Hammond in my office knows. It was for forgery, Phil. It was under another name and way back when I didn't know the difference between clever business and crooked business. It's taken 10 years to work up my reputation as an accountant. So you see, if I get mixed up in this, it'll all come out and... Well, smash, lots of pieces, no more. Oh, you've got to help me, Phil. You've got to find the real killer before the police get to me. Please, Phil.
I can't, Judd. It'd be smashing just as many little pieces for me, too, if I tried to pull anything like this on homicide. No, I'm sorry, Judd. I've got to report this body.
But, Phil, look, what if you do report the body, but you say that you don't know anything about it, that you're going out to find what you can? What about that, Phil? Oh, please. Please, Phil.
Okay. What's the girl's address?
91 Hollycrest Drive.
91 Hollycrest.
Yeah, the door wasn't locked, Phil.
Mm-hmm. Your phone number, Judd?
Gladstone 3926. I won't move out of my place until I hear from you.
Now, make sure you don't, Judd. Because if I can't find the real killer, I've got to tell what I know about you. You understand that, don't you? When Angel left, I called Detective Lieutenant Matthews at police headquarters and lied that there was a corpse in my apartment about which I knew nothing, and that I was on my way out to see what I could find. Then I hung up fast, not feeling very good. 20 minutes later, when I was in the plush living room at 91 Hollycrest Drive, I had zero to go on. Until I got to the bedroom where, caught in the folds of lace at the bottom of a petticoated vanity, I found a piece of male jewelry that stood out against that backdrop like Argyle socks on a turtle. It was a gold tie clasp ornamented with a figure of a lion, a little more majestic than most. I dropped it into my pocket and then moved out into a long hall that led to the kitchen. I was about to start toward it when he spoke.
Don't move, buddy.
Like the voice, he was thick and soft, especially in the middle where he was girdled in double-breasted gray flannel. So I couldn't tell whether he was plus or minus a tie clasp. Also, he had no hair and a pair of deep dimples that danced when he talked. The gun in his hand didn't.
Okay, turn around. Let's go back to the living room, buddy. I want to ask you a few questions. Like why you're taking inventory here.
Well, it's my job. You see, I'm an auctioneer. The lady of the house won't need this stuff anymore. She's not going to...
Now stop where you are, and don't turn around. Okay, where's the girl? Come on, where is she?
Out. And only if you'll tell me why you want to know will I tell you where. You see, that way I come out even.
Maybe. Eileen Voss owes me money, buddy, and I want it now before she's flat broke. Now, where is she?
On her way to the morgue. Like you don't know.
What do you mean by that? I didn't kill her?
Honest, Injun?
Listen, you. Get this straight. I came into this place just now for one reason only. To check on the Voss girl and make sure she wasn't on her way out of town, bag and baggage in hand, and my $50,000. Now, don't forget that.
I'll try not to.
And don't move. Hello. No, she's not here. She, Judy? Yeah, it's me, honey. No, she's out. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you about it later at the club. Yeah. Right, Judy. So long. Now, where were we, buddy?
In the middle of a big fat lie, your reason for being here.
Oh, yeah. That's where we were. And you know, that's a good old place to leave it. Buddy.
When the twin telephones, lamps, and end tables next to me got back to being one of each again, I saw the note next to the phone that said, "Call Monday at the Garden Room," which didn't add too much until I realized that Monday was spelled not as the day in the week, but M-U-N-D-Y. And I recalled that the Garden Room was a cozy collection of crepe paper flowers where some people did their serious drinking. That plus Dancing Dimples telling a girl named Judy, who had called for Eileen in the first place, that he'd meet her at the club was a little better than the 0+ tie clasp I'd been working with. And a half hour later, that little became a lot, and things started to dovetail because a placard under glass in front of the Garden Room bragged about the glamour puss pianist featured inside, whose name was first Judy, second Monday, not his day in the week. I blessed my good luck, exchanged smiles only with a head check girl in the lobby, and found a table for one inside, not more than a half a dozen octaves away from Miss Monday's left hand. I'd ordered a drink and had a cigarette going before she paid any attention to me.
I'll play anything you want. It's a rule of the house. Just name it, or hum it, or whistle. But don't croon. That's also a rule of the house. What'll it be?
How about the number you always play for that fat friend of yours? You know, the one with the deep dimples?
Burlesque? Sure. Kind of corny. Remember it?
Yeah.
You a friend of his?
Not exactly.
I didn't think so. He'd crown you if he heard you say dimples. He's sensitive. You're new here, aren't you?
I've been in once or twice. Mutual friend of ours used to speak well of you. Eileen Voss.
What made her change her mind?
She was murdered tonight. Any idea who did it? I said
I heard you. No, mister, I haven't got the slightest idea. There, that's the end of your request. Sorry, but I'm only allowed one to a customer.
It's a rule of the house, I know, yeah. I'll see you, Judy.
Hello?
This is Marlowe, Angel.
Oh, Phil. Where are you? What have you found out?
In that order, I'm in a phone booth at a club called the Garden Room. What I've found out so far won't impress Detective Lieutenant Matthews of the Homicide Squad at all when next we meet.
But nothing in the apartment? No lead of any kind?
I'm not sure, Judd. I ran into a round man with a sleek gun who piled me up and left before very much was said.
But, Phil, the Garden Room, the girl there's a friend of Eileen's. Talk to her.
Yeah, I already did, Judd. Got me the round man's name and no more. It was Burleffi. You mean anything?
Burleffi?
Yeah.
A fat guy with dimples and no hair?
That's right. He claimed Eileen had $50,000 that belonged to him.
Yeah, that must be him then, Phil.
Oh?
Yes, he's a gray marketeer, comes from San Francisco. I've never seen him, but the girl in my office, Phoebe Hammond, can help us.
Mm-hmm.
She once did some auditing work for Burleffi when she found out how crooked he was. She told me about him. I'll call her and have her meet you there, Phil.
All right, but look, I'll be at a corner table facing the door, and tell her to hurry, will you? I'll call you back later. Goodbye. It was exactly 1 o'clock when what was at least 3 parts CPA to each part woman pushed the front door out of her way and entered. At the top, there was close-cropped hair, streaked with some gray. No hat. At the bottom, dark brown stockings running into darker brown shoes. No heels. In between, severely tailored tweed, closed tight at the neckline. It took all of 15 efficient seconds to decide that I was her man. And less than that again to introduce herself, ask for a cigarette, and name her drink. When it was my turn to talk, I brought her up to date. Eileen Boss's murder included.
It's too bad, Marlowe. Judd's a great guy.
Yeah?
Why, it was only lunch today that he was knocking himself out, trying to figure what would be 4-0 for my birthday next week. Now this. Tell me, what can I do to help?
Well, at the moment, Berleffi. All I know about him, Miss Hammond, aside from what I've told you, he said at Eileen's, is that he and Judy Mundy are a team.
And Judy was a friend of Eileen's. How cozy.
Isn't it?
Well, it goes like this. Berleffi's front name is Steve, and he's out of San Francisco via Detroit and Chicago. And in each case, only a length of the subpoena ahead of the law.
Oh?
Back in the 30s, he was a mobster. The numbers game, protection rackets, that kind of stuff. But after the war, he cashed in all his chips and went into a more or less legitimate business. With, of course, absolutely no change in tactics.
Know what you mean. Now, look, can you tell me where he lives?
No. But I'll bet my bottom dollar that the kitten on the keys here can. Only be careful. Berleffi has a reputation for shooting first and talking later. I only hope he isn't after Judd, too. You know, there might be some connection between them that goes back to the days when Judd was Francis Lyon and Berleffi
Phoebe, did you just say Francis Lyon?
That's right. Lyon.
Uh-huh.
Judson Angel is the name he took when he came out here. Why? What does that mean?
I don't know. Here, look at this tie clasp.
Oh?
The ornament. It's also a lion. I found it in the bedroom at Eileen's place, and yet Judd told me that he hadn't gone past the living room.
But Marlowe, that doesn't prove that Judd lied. Why, it might not be his at all.
Have you ever seen it before?
No, I haven't. Besides, I never knew Judd to wear a tie clasp.
Okay. Could belong to Berleffi. But it's still worth checking after we get Judd out of his apartment. Look, where's your place, Phoebe?
Mulholland Drive, 361 North.
361.
About a mile up into the hills.
I'll let you do the trick. Honey, you go home and stay close to the fireside. I'll get a hold of Judd and tell him to get over there fast. And then maybe we can...
Maybe we can what? What is it, Marlowe?
Outside, Phoebe. It's a man coming this way.
Berleffi?
Worse. Goodbye, baby. I'll see you later at your place. I've been afraid of this all night.
But who is it? What's his name?
Detective Lieutenant Matthews. He's a police officer, Phoebe. First, last, and always. So long.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, music you like best of all, whether it's classical favorites or popular old ballads, is the music you hear when you tune in Sunday afternoon to the Symphonette and the Choral Ears. This Sunday, the Symphonette plays popular operatic pieces and has as guest Milton Kay, pianist, who will play the final movement from Rachmaninoff's Concerto No. 2 in C minor. The male choir and Lenny Stokes, featured baritone of the chorus, will bring you Pale Moon, The Wizard of Oz, Alice Blue Gown, Make Believe, and other favorites. Yes, it's the music you like when you tune in the Symphonette and the Choral Ears every Sunday over most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The August Lion.
When I left Phoebe Hammond at the table and moved toward the bar, my first impulse was run, do not walk. This is a different kind of an emergency. But a quick glance into the mirror behind me tagged that as suicide and pushed try nonchalance into its place, because I could see that Detective Lieutenant Matthews had already spotted me. When he was closer, I could also see that nonchalance would go over like punching him in the nose on the steps of City Hall.
All right, Phil, that little game is over. Now let's have it straight and fast. Who are you working for? And don't bother with the pitch on professional ethics, or we'll try this all over again down at headquarters. His name, what is it, Phil?
Judson Angel, he's a friend.
Yeah. Who was what to the corpse?
He was in love with her, but he didn't kill her.
Oh.
Now, look, Matthews, I've never held out on you before, have I?
Which means you want to start now, huh? What are you getting at, Phil?
My client's in a jam, Lieutenant. He didn't kill the girl, but unless I can find out who did, he's an eyebrow deep in a mess that doesn't even concern him.
Which has what to do with you playing bashful tipster on the phone with the body being in your bedroom and Marlowe starring like a one-man police force?
Will you listen?
Come on, Phil. I've been an hour and a half just finding you. Now level. Why is this Judson Angel in a jam if he didn't do it?
Okay. We'll try it honest like. He once did time in another state, under another name, way back when he had less sense.
Ah.
If he's booked and fingerprinted, it'll be splashed all over the papers. He'll be ruined.
Why? What's his business?
Well, today it's accountancy, and then it was forgery.
Oh.
You can see that side by side they don't make a very handsome couple. Now, come on, Matthews. Give the guy a break. Will you? Take my word, he deserves it.
What do you want me to do?
Give me some time. If I don't have the answers, I'm out of luck, and so is Judson Angel. Please, Matthews.
All right, Phil, all right. 60 minutes. And if I don't hear from you by 10 after 2, we start all over again down in headquarters, your client included. I'll be waiting for your call, Phil. Good night.
Detective Lieutenant Matthews was nobody's keystone cop, and I knew that when he said 60, count 'em, 60 minutes, he meant just that and no more. So I found a nice and public phone booth at a gas station across the street, and while I kept one eye out for Berleffi and Associates, I dialed Judson Angel's number. But in the next second, when I was through to him, I knew that I could forget about Berleffi on my end.
Phil, I'm in trouble here. Outside a man and woman. They're coming up the walk now.
He's fat and gray flannel?
Yes. She just pulled up in a cab, but he's been out there 20 minutes watching the place.
Berleffi, listen, Judd, get out the back way. Get over to Phoebe's place.
Oh, he's out the door now, Phil. He's kicking it in. Phil, get up here. 21 South Orange Lane.
Judd, do as I say, will you? Get out. Get to Phoebe's place on Mulholland Drive. I'll see you there. Hurry.
All right, Marlowe. All right. Marlowe, he's in.
Judd!
Put that phone down, Angel, or I'll kill you. Now.
When I screeched to a stop at number 21 South Orange Lane, which was lights out, front door open, and no car parked in sight, I went inside. Just visible in the moonlight was the huddled figure I'd been afraid I'd find. What I didn't know until I was nearly next to it was that it was Judy Mundy, not my client, and only unconscious, not dead. There was a large white envelope lying next to her, and beyond that, a litter of broken porcelain that had once been a lamp. I switched on a light, found some brandy, and then brought her to as fast as I could.
Marlowe.
Yeah, and with a brand new request. Here, take a drink. Now, I'll ask the questions. 1, what happened here with the three of you? Where's Berleffi and, more important, Judd Angel? Come on, baby, talk fast.
All right. I think Angel got away. I don't know where he is.
Berleffi?
Dead, I hope. I got him to thank for that lamp getting together with my head.
How come?
Angel made a break for it, kicked out the lights, and tossed the lamp at the same time. Hero Berleffi used me for a shield, then took off after him.
Your connection with both Berleffi and Eileen Voss, what was it?
I forget.
Come on, Judy, baby, talk. You're not going to get another chance this side of the witness box.
Witness box? What for?
Your girlfriend's murder, trial by jury, an old Yankee tradition, you remember?
No. I didn't have anything to do with Eileen getting killed. They can't tie that onto me.
They can try. Now, what'll it be?
It'll be what you want.
That's better.
I only got chummy with Eileen in the last month, Marlowe, because Berleffi told me to. He was my boyfriend.
Hooray for love. Go on. What was in it for Berleffi?
He wanted to know where Eileen got her tips on the market. That way he could keep paying her any commission.
Figures. What went wrong?
Nothing. Only instead of finding out how well she knew who, I discovered she was going broke, period. The rest of it, you, Eileen being dead, that muscle woman you talked to in the bar, all
Wait a minute. What about that girl in the bar? You two get together?
Oh, not for very long. After you left the table, she went outside, so I followed.
Why?
Because the cow jumped over the moon. Why do you think? I was still working for Berleffi, remember? I thought it would help if he knew where she fit in.
What'd it get you?
A slap in the face. It said she was raised on barbells. And this envelope here that fell out of her pocket.
Oh?
Don't get excited about it. It's only one of those horoscope charts.
What do you do, collect them as a hobby?
When there are notes on the back, yeah. However, for friend Berleffi was unimpressed. Yeah, look yourself. It's double talk.
Cost plus 10%. 90 days will heal us. Yeah, it's strictly a CPA's margin notes. Doesn't mean that you owe.
Molly, your mouth's open. What is it? You look dumb.
Dumb I am and have been all night. Sweetheart, in your own clumsy way, you may have saved Judson Angel's life.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
According to this horoscope, it's written in the stars. Maybe I'll make a good cop happy. Goodbye, sweets. Mulholland Drive is a fancy collection of hairpin turns and deceptive curves along the top of a mountain that separates Hollywood and Beverly Hills from the San Fernando Valley. But when I was on it and burning up good rubber at each bend as I headed for number 361 North, gas pedal on the floor, driving conditions were the least of my worries. And it wasn't until I had parked away from the bungalow that perched on the edge of a cliff and was out of my car, 38 in hand and close to a half-open French window, But I breathed a long, long sigh of relief. Because then I could clearly see that Judson Angel was still alive. I swallowed the sigh fast when I could also see Angel's face. It said there was nothing permanent about his good health. Because on the other side of the room, and only visible to me via a corner mirror, was the reason why. Holding on tight to a short, ugly revolver was the one the horoscope had said could be Eileen Voss's killer, the CPA known as Phoebe Hammond. While she talked, I moved around to where I'd be able to take aim in one straight line.
About everything. I didn't want to kill Eileen in the first place. It was an accident.
I don't believe you.
Doesn't matter now. You see, I'd invested some money with her, Judd. Money that wasn't mine. When I found out she was going broke, I went up to see her and demanded it back. She laughed at me. I got mad. I hit her. She took out a gun and said she'd call the police if I didn't leave. I grabbed it away from her. Then I shot her.
Then you were there when I came in?
Yes. And when I saw you and that cab driver she'd called earlier take the body, I didn't know what to do. Until later, when I met with Marlowe on your behalf and learned all about Berleffi and the tie clasp he'd found. The tie clasp with the lion on it that you'd recognize as mine if Marlowe ever got the chance to show it to you. But he won't, Judd. I can't let him.
Phoebe, you're crazy. You're crazy. You'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will, Judd. It'll be Berleffi they'll blame. He entered your room with a gun in his hand. I know. I saw him and that girl. Also, Judd, I'm the reason you got away from him. I rammed into his car when he started after you. It's too bad, Judd.
Worse than that, Phoebe, it's a crying shame.
Marlowe! The light stuck, Phil. She can see your silhouette.
I can follow her footsteps. We're even.
Phil, the terrace. She's trying to get away. There she is outside. She tripped Phil. The rail! Oh, holy smoke. Phil, it's a good 200 feet down. Just solid rock.
Yeah. I'm on away from it, Judd. Time we made a phone call. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. We were still on top of the mountain before the police had found the broken body of Phoebe Hammond. And Berleffi had been picked up and in lieu of anything better booked for breaking and entering Eileen Voss's place. When the parade of law, press, and just curious who always show up at the scene of a murder had finally left, it made it just me and Judd and a cop named Matthews.
Well, let me see if I got this straight for the records, Phil. First, you thought it was a tough called Berleffi. And second, you were afraid you'd been a sucker and it was really your client. And finally, you figured it had to be a woman who all the way looked like she was no more than along for the ride. Huh?
What? You mean you really believe I could have done it, Phil?
Well, yeah, it looked that way for a while, Judd. You know, you said you hadn't been past the living room up at Eileen's, and yet I found a tie clasp in the bedroom there ornamented with a lion. And then I found out your real name was also Lion. It almost added.
Yeah, but since you didn't have a chance to find out whether or not Berleffi was missing a tie clasp, you still consider that was only circumstantial evidence, am I right?
Right, yeah. Until I ran into the switch, which was an envelope that had belonged to Phoebe Hammond. There was a horoscope chart inside.
Which meant what?
Well, it only meant that she went in for that stuff no more, until I remembered her mentioning that her birthday was next week, which is early August.
And that, no doubt, puts her under the sign of the zodiac run by one Leo the Lion.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, and the mannish tight-neck suit she always wore could have meant a shirt and tie underneath, minus clasp.
Exactly, gentlemen. That's it. Now, me, Lieutenant,
What?
Look, when you get back down to headquarters and, you start the paperwork.
Yeah.
Do you have to mention a guy named Judson Angel?
A guy named what?
Judson Angel. Nothing. I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah. That's a bad practice, Phil, It's kind of like only telling a policeman half of what you know can get you in trouble. Unless you're lucky. Oh, give you a lift, Mr. Mister.
You already have. Thanks, Lieutenant. And Phil,
Good night, Judd. When Judd and the lieutenant left, I figured I'd have a last cigarette on the terrace. Think a little about the desperate people I'd met on a night that had started out to be quiet. I found myself not smoking, not watching the early sun brighten the valley below, and not thinking about much of anything except the overturned stone flower pot that was lying next to the splintered rail where Phoebe Hammond had tripped and taken her final plunge. It was an ordinary square flower pot with an ordinary flower in it. But the figure in relief on the side was a lion resting on its haunches. And you know, as I looked at it, I thought it was a little more majestic than most.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, starred Gerald Moore, and was directed tonight by Cliff Howell. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, D.J. Thompson, Wally Mayer, Barney Phillips, and Jerry Hausner. Lieutenant Detective Matthews is played by Larry Dotkin. The special music is written by Richard Durant. Be sure and be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with an Indian gift of a piece of pottery and led to a brown bear in moccasins, an archaeologist, much laughing water, and finally, death in an alley. But just to make matters worse, the Indian giver was a female, and 100% genuine, hot-blooded Apache.
They cracked the phantom voice question on Sing It Again last Saturday, so the jackpot is down to minimum, only $50,000. Although, looking at it optimistically, $50,000 is still the largest jackpot in radio. You get other nice prizes just for solving those gay little riddle songs, and it's one of the most entertaining hours you'll find all week. So if you like fun and riddles and good tunes, even if you don't care about $50,000, here's Sing It Again tonight on most of these same CBS stations. This is Joe Walter speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I, that's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, more in the case of the Postal Pirates. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glass full. And what a delicious glass full. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big favorite. and America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember, why take less when Pepsi's best? And now, to Counterspy. For weeks, David Harding has been on the trail of $1 million syndicate of thieves stealing packages from post offices in a number of eastern cities. Harry Peters, assistant to Mr. Harding, went undercover as a dishonest postal clerk named Harry Gordon and has made contact with one of the big shots of this racket, Frank Garrett. The two men are now driving in Garrett's car with Peters, alias Harry Gordon, at the wheel.
Okay, Harry, stay on the West Side Highway now.
Slow car. Handles nice.
Yeah, I know. I like to drive, except in city traffic.
That why you wanted me to take the wheel?
One reason.
And the other?
You're a bright boy, Harry.
Thanks.
Yeah, the kind of a guy we'd like to have if we were taking on new guys.
You're not?
We don't like volunteers. We like to pick out our own boys and hold them to us good and tight.
I stick like glue where there's dough.
Glue melts. We prefer something more solid. Now, you might be a right guy.
Thanks.
Or a stoolie.
I can't sing a note.
Maybe even a cop.
I haven't got flat feet.
Maybe, but we never take chances. Hey, slow down, will you? You're going too fast.
I like speed.
Now, don't get cute and try to get a cop on our tail.
A lot of power in this motor.
Slow down, I'll blast your head off.
I thought you'd show a rod sooner or later.
Okay, I showed it. Now slow down.
What for? Right now, this is the safest way I can drive.
You crazy fool, look out!
Close, huh?
You don't slow down, I'll...
Shoot? Then what happens to us both? The needle's pushing 70. 'car. What a race you stayed. He pulled a gun on me, Chief. The only way I could make him drop it was to speed up.
Chief? Who are you guys?
Counterspies. Sorry it turned out this way, Mr. Harding. It practically tips our hand.
Well, I'd rather have our hand tipped than you dead. But come on, we're in a hurry.
What about Garrett here?
We'll turn him over to one of the other cars. Let's get going.
There's the signal, Dave. You can go ahead.
This is David Harding, calling from New York. Attention Counterspy agents, Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Circumstances force us to move in immediately on postal theft investigation. Carry out all raids according to plan. Pick up all members of the ring you can lay your hands on. We will conduct raid on main warehouse of the gang here in New York. Act on this order immediately. Staked out around the warehouse Peter? Yes, Dave. We're in luck. Oh, how? Conway tells me that Jimmy Morrison, the crooked postal clerk I've been keeping tabs on, went into the warehouse just a while ago. Good. Maybe a meeting of the brains of... What was that? Shots from inside the warehouse. Let's go. You men cover the main floor of the warehouse. Peters and I'll take the office upstairs. Peters. Look at that. Holy. Jimmy Morrison and that girl. Maybe they're still alive. No. She's not.
Jimmy Morrison's gone, too. Here's a note.
Note.
Signed by Jimmy Morrison. Listen, Kathy was no good. She was poison and poisoned me. She ran this whole package-stealing racket and tricked me into it. There's no chance of getting away. I don't want to, and I won't let her, so I'm going to help her escape the only way she can, by taking her with me. Jimmy Morrison. Looks as if this girl, Kathy, was the big shot, Dave. Murder and suicide. This winds up the case nice and neat.
Looks like it, Peters. Now, wait a minute. The boy's holding the gun. Well, he was the suicide, according to the note. This was no suicide, Peters. It was murder. Double murder. The killer may still be in the building. What? Alert the squad. Have them go through this warehouse from top to bottom, fast. And that thug who tried to take you for a ride, Frank Garrett, get him up here. I want to talk to him now. Come on, Garrett. You can climb stairs faster than that.
Okay, copper, don't shout.
Keep moving.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Peters. I'll take care of Garrett. You take charge of the rest of the squad. Report to me on what you find. Right, Dave.
What's this all about, Mr. Harding?
You wouldn't know?
No.
Okay, let's go into this office. Maybe we can find the answer in there. Start moving, Garrett. Holy smoke. It's a pretty picture, isn't it? You know them, Garrett? The young man and the girl?
Yeah,
Yeah is a good enough answer. Maybe you'd like to read this note.
Note?
Go on, help yourself. We found it in this room. Found something else, too.
This kid killed her? Who'd have thought a punk like that
could kill? Maybe the person who took this photograph.
Photograph?
I found it lying right here on the desk. A photograph of Jimmy Morrison murdering a man. Take a look at it.
Yeah, no, what?
Who's the other man in the photograph?
I don't know.
Come on, Garrett, make it easy on yourself. This photo was a wonderful club to hold over young Morrison's head. That's probably how you forced him into this parcel post racket. Wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Garrett. Who's the dead man in the picture?
I told you I don't know.
Don't make me
Mr.
laugh.
Harding, you read the note. Like it says, that dame Kathy was the big boss in this racket. Okay, she's dead. He killed himself. That winds it up. What more do you want?
I want the person who killed the girl and Morrison.
The note.
The note was planted to mislead us. Look at Morrison. He's holding the gun in his hand.
Well, sure, he shot himself.
If he did, there'd be powder burns around the wound in his head. But it's a clean wound. That means he was shot from a slight distance by someone else.
Look, I got nothing to do with it. You had your mitts on me when those shots were fired.
Right. But you know who that someone else was.
I don't know nothing. I ain't saying nothing. You're bright. Figure things out for yourself.
Okay, maybe I will.
No good, Dave. The boys have been through the whole warehouse. Whoever the murderer was, he got away through an abandoned sewer outlet we found in the cellar.
I expected that, Peters.
What about Frank here?
He doesn't want to talk at the moment.
Maybe we can change his mind.
Maybe. In the meantime, get our fingerprint and photographic details. Go over this office, Peters. We're not closing this case till we've caught a double murderer. report on that picture of Jimmy Morrison shooting. A man just came in from Washington. Any result, Peter? Yes. The man on the floor is Nick Bodie, alias this, that, and the other. Here's the Rogues Gallery wire photo they sent. Well, that matches this picture we found in the warehouse, all right. And according to that picture, Bodie's dead. Unless you figure the photograph for a frame-up. That's just what I do. There had to be a photographer. Everything all set up. The way I reconstruct it, she and Bodie framed a situation, a fight, so that Morrison could be tricked into this picture.
Yeah, but to convince her...
Look at it. Morrison holding a gun. Bodie falling to the floor. Bodie might really be dead. That's possible, but this picture was too easy for us to find, too convenient, right in the top drawer of the desk.
You think he wanted us to look for a dead body instead of a live one?
Yes. And far from being a murder victim, he's a double murderer. Send for Frank Garrett. We'll have another crack at questioning him about Nick. If he still won't talk, maybe we can use him as bait for our two-time killer.
Product Buyers Incorporated, good morning. Mr. Richardson, I'm sorry he's busy. Will you call back later, please? Can I help you, sir?
I want to see Mr. Richardson.
Who shall I say is calling?
Just Nick, Postal Sales.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Richardson will see salesmen on Tuesdays and Thursdays only.
Beautiful, you give him my name, and if he says that too, I'll go away.
Right. Just a minute. Mr. Richardson, Nick of Postal Sales to see you. Oh, yes, sir. Go right in, sir. That door.
Thanks, beautiful.
Hello, Nick. Come in.
Surprised to see me, Richie?
What are you doing here, you fool?
No. That any way to greet a partner, Richie?
Every time the phone rings, I've been expecting counterspies. Now you're crazy enough to walk in.
I knew you'd be worried, Richie. I wanted to ease your mind.
Or leave the counterspies to me.
Now, why would I do that? Where else would I find such a good partner for selling my goods?
Selling? You're not thinking of keeping up this racket.
Why not? There's still more millions in it.
Not with me, Nick. You can find somebody else.
But not with a setup like yours. You buy merchandise for about 2,000 stores throughout the country. We spread the stolen goods that thin, there's not a chance of tracing it. Nick, you read the papers. Counterspies figure they've broken up the parcel post ring. Even tabbed Kathy Thomas for the boss. She's dead. What better setup do you want?
What about Frank Garrett? They've still got him under arrest. You think he'll talk?
Frank will keep his mouth shut as long as we do right by him.
We? He doesn't know about me, does he?
No. I don't leave you out. Because if he talks about me, I talk about you.
What'll we do, Nick? We've got to stop him.
Now, take it easy, Richie. You're going to bail him out.
Oh, no. I don't want to get into the picture.
You won't. Just be ready with the dough. I know a guy who'll handle the whole thing.
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy. Brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance, ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste. Twice as much delicious Pepsi, to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. In the Counterspy field office in New York, David Harding and his assistant, Harry Peters, are again questioning the prisoner, Frank Garrett.
Now, Garrett, I showed you this photograph once before.
Yeah.
It shows Morrison, gun in hand, standing beside a man's body on the floor.
Yeah, I see.
We know now that the man on the floor is or was named Nick Bodie. You know him?
No.
You know if he was head of the parcel post racket? See who that is, Peter.
All right.
What's the answer, Garrett?
Look, Mr. Harding, for the last time, I don't know nothing about nothing. In fact, I'm the most ignorant guy you ever arrested. So why don't you call it quits and let me go back to my cell?
You won't have to, Garrett.
Huh?
What is it, Peter? A lawyer named Carver has just posted bail for Garrett.
Well, now the conversation is getting pleasant.
The guard outside will see that you get your property back. Go on, beat it.
So long, boys.
Of all the cocky... You better get that, Peters. His being bailed out is even better than our letting him go. I just hate to take that from a guy like him. Remember I thought we might use him as a decoy for Nick Bodie? This is our chance. I'll assign an agent to tail him right away there. Well, Peters, put on the newest man we've got in the New York office. Well, Garrett's no dope. It'll take an old hand to tail him. It'll take even more than one. I'll get some new agent out right away. And then bring the 4 best men in here to me for special instructions. I want to make sure Garrett thinks he's free to go where he wants.
Well, Garrett, feel good to be out? Yeah, sure, Mr. Carter. You got anything else to say? They'll put a tail on you. Tell me something I don't know. Like, who gave you the money to put up my bail? Look, call Paradise 23416 between 10 and 10:30 tonight. It's a lunch counter. Don't ask for anyone. If the right man answers, your name will be the first thing he says.
That's okay, Carterman. I'm expecting a call.
Frank Garrett?
Yeah. Hello, Nick.
You recognize the voice?
Sure. I knew you wouldn't forget me.
You do any talking?
Not even about the weather. But they got me on 2 counts, Nick. I don't want to stand still for them.
You won't have to. I'll get you some dough. You can jump bail. You're being tailed right now, I suppose.
Yeah, I got the guy spotted. A crew cut, boy. Strictly Joe College.
Okay. Now, here's how you lose him fast. You know the Cooley building, 32nd and Broadway?
Yeah.
There's a side entrance with only a revolving door.
Right.
Let him tail you in there. Then double back and out the same door. When you get outside, step on the doorstop.
Huh?
That'll lock the door so you can get away before he circles the corner of the building.
Right. Cute trick.
When you're sure you're clear, call me at Mercury 46000. We'll pick it up from there.
speak to Peters. You still with Garrett?
Yes, Dave. He just got out of a cab at 32nd Street and Broadway. He's going in the Cooley building. I'm about a half a block behind in my car.
Is Stephen still tailing him?
Yes, kind of overeager, though. Got a hunch Garrett spotted him.
Well, keep in touch.
Wait a minute. Garrett just came out of the Cooley building. There's some trouble at the door. Stevens is locked in.
Good.
Garrett's back in his cab.
Okay. Stay with him. Keep in touch with the other cars. Just make sure Garrett keeps on thinking he's in the clear.
Nick, you shouldn't have told Frank Garrett to call here. This is my office.
I've got my reasons, Richie. I'll get it. Hello? Listen, Frank. Remember Barney's Tavern? Drop in there for a drink. I'll be there. No, don't talk to me in the tavern. If it looks clear, I'll get up and walk out to the parking lot around the corner, where they rent cars. I'll have one rented. We'll settle things while we drive. Right. Okay, Richie. You happy now?
Oh, for goodness sakes, get out of here.
Not without you, Richie. Where I sit, you're too comfortable. Too nice and clean.
What do you mean?
I'm the only guy who can tie you up in this racket. Something happens to me, you're in the clear.
Look, Nick.
Besides, there's no reason you couldn't walk out on me. Then I'm out on a limb.
I wouldn't do that, Nick.
Maybe not. But I believe in insurance, partnership insurance. I'm going to take some out on you. Frank Garrett's help.
Nick, how long are we going to sit here? Frank's been at that corner table 2 minutes already.
Don't get anxious. Just want to make sure there's no tail on him.
No one's come in since he did.
I know. I've been watching.
There are no cars out in the street. Only that truck over there.
Mm-hmm. I guess it's okay. Let's go. Garrett will follow us.
Peters, how far are you from Brady?
The next block, Mr. Harding.
Brady, give Peters the direction Garrett takes. You follow Peters. Peters, you pick up his trail.
Right, Dave. A car's coming out of the lot now. A blue Dodge sedan. It's Garrett. 2 other men with him. Going east, Peters. You can pick him up 2 blocks down.
Okay, Nick, what's the pitch? Who's this guy?
Relax, Frank. We need a chauffeur.
Don't be cute. Who is he?
I'll tell you, Frank. He's the nice man who's been selling all our stuff for us.
Nick.
Shut up. I want you to meet the hired help. Frank, this is Mr. Richardson, the president of Product Buyers Incorporated.
Well, Nick, you've never been so generous with information before.
I want this to be one big happy family. Besides, suppose something should happen to me. If you didn't know Richie, who'd help you?
Nick, let's get to the point.
They got plenty of time.
No, not me. I want to get my dough and jump bail before the counterspies put another tail on me.
Well, you got a point. Hey, car behind us.
Yeah, I didn't bring no tail with me.
Faster, Richie. See if that car stays with us. Okay, turn off. There's a dirt road up ahead at your left. Turn in there, Richie.
All right.
Anything else behind us, Frank?
Just a laundry truck.
Let him pass us, Richie.
Okay. Turn in. How far do I go? I'll tell you when. How much dough you got for me, Nick? $5,000. $5,000? Hey, I can skip the country with that. Why not? Be a lot safer for everybody with you out of the country. This is good enough, Richie. Stop here. Pick the gun. What's the matter, Frank? You've seen guns before. Nick, look, give me my dough. Let me lay 'em. I'm a right guy. You know that. Sure. We've been buddies for a long time. Yeah, that's right, Nick. You wouldn't... Kill you? What kind of a heel do you think I am? Oh, no, Nick. I didn't think anything like that. Well, why should you? Now, if Richie... Nick, you need me. Of course I do. Why should I kill a guy I need? We could take the dough, Nick. We put those guns away. Don't get excited, Richie. I'm giving one to you. Me? I couldn't kill my buddy. You could. Then I wouldn't be a heel. Nick, no. I won't do it, Nick. I can't. Richie, you'd rather die instead of him? Look, Nick, Get up, Frank. You wanted to leave the country, and now you're going to. Come on, Richie. I want something nice and big on you. Like murder. Please, Nick, don't make me... Who's that? Shut up. I heard it, too. Somebody over there in the brush. Yeah. Here! Over here!
All right, Garrett, buddy. You're covered from all sides.
Counterspy. They won't get it. No, don't shoot, Nick.
You want it the hard way, you get it that way. Peter, give him a sample.
Take me! Nick, no. I go on my arm, you crazy fool. I don't want to die.
This is your last chance.
Come on, I got it. I'll kill you. Easy does it, Nick. Frank, you double-crossing rabbit.
Get him over this picture, Dave.
Two crooks holding the third one for it. Very pretty. The gun. Take Bodie's gun. Drop it, Bodie. I'll drop it. Oh. Then drop it.
Oh, thank heaven.
Okay, get out of that car. You're all under arrest for postal theft, except Nick Bodie, who's also under arrest for murder. Murder? You're nuts. You killed Jimmy Morrison and Kathy Thomas, and we'll prove it in court.
All right, start walking. As far as that laundry truck down the road.
Laundry truck? You've been tailing us all this way. Right, Bodie, and we'll keep tailing you straight up to the prison gates.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the visiting vultures.
It was a twisting trail of big-time bootleggers your counter-spies followed. From a small tavern in backwoods Mississippi to the lakefront of Chicago. In our counter-spy files, we call this the case of the visiting vultures. I invite you to be tuned in.
Next Tuesday, case of the visiting vultures on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program, in part transcribed, originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Murder by Magic. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing identity.
I wonder how Scubby's making out. Do you suppose that he had any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it, Betsy. Scubby knows Philadelphia well enough to get all the information I want without any difficulty.
Yes, but he's been gone 3 days now. He didn't plan to be gone that long, did he?
Well, no, Betsy, but it's not always possible to tell in advance how long it's going to take to...
Nick Carter's office.
Nick there, Patsy?
Well, Scubby. Yes, he's here. How are you making out?
Oh, please put Nick on. I've got to talk to him and quick.
Well, sure, Scubby. Here he is. Nick, it's Scubby. He sounds as though there was something wrong.
I hope not. Hello, Scubby. What's up?
Nick, can you come to Chicago right away?
Chicago? Thought you went to Philadelphia.
So did I, but I landed in Chicago.
What?
And am I in trouble?
What kind of trouble?
I seem to have killed a man.
Oh, now, don't try to be funny, Scubby. What's this all about?
I'm not being funny, Nick. I'm really in a jam. I apparently killed a man last night.
Oh, look here, Scubby. You certainly know whether you've killed somebody or not.
But I don't, Nick.
What makes you think you have?
It says so in the paper.
What paper?
The Chicago papers. Oh, please, Nick, will you come out here right away? I've got to have help and in a hurry.
All right, Scubby. Patsy and I'll leave at once. Where are you staying?
In a little hotel on the edge of town called Paradise Mansion. I haven't dared to stir out of here since I read about the murder.
Okay, Scubby, sit tight. We'll be there as soon as the plane can get us there.
Gosh, Nick, we were awfully lucky to get seats on this train.
Yes, Betsy. Well, now that we're safely on our way, let's take a look at these Chicago papers I bought. See what they have to say about our friend Scubby.
Okay. Look, Nick, on the front page. Murderer of nightclub patron sought.
Yeah. And here's a snapshot of the killer taken at the nightclub. Wonder how they happened to get that.
It does look kind of like Scubby, doesn't it?
Yes, could be. And look at these fingerprints. They're certainly Scubby's. I'd know them anywhere.
That's certainly Scubby's cigarette lighter. It's the one I gave him last Christmas.
So I see. It says here, a cold-blooded killing reminiscent of the gang wars of years ago.
Oh, Nick, you think that Scubby
Oh, I wouldn't believe it if he admitted it. Scubby couldn't kill anybody. But it certainly looks as if he got himself into some real trouble this time. And what's he doing in Chicago?
Oh, Nick.
Hi, Scubby.
Oh, I never was so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
Scubby, have you...
Come in quick. Let me get this door closed.
Jittery, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you're still out of jail.
Oh, Nick, don't joke about it. I'm just about crazy. Look, I'm in a jam.
Well, suppose you sit down and tell us just what happened.
And begin at the beginning. Don't leave out anything.
All right. Well, it's quite a story and pretty unbelievable, but I'll try to tell it the best I can. As you know, I started for Philadelphia, and I was sitting in the airport waiting room, waiting for my plane to be announced, when somebody stumbled over my feet. I looked up expecting to say, excuse me, and then I heard a funny, shrill little voice say...
Stupid! Why don't you keep your feet where they belong?
Huh? Well, why don't you look where you're going?
You're too stupid to be allowed out in public.
Yeah, well, nobody asked you for your opinion. If you don't like my feet, just keep away from them.
Trying to insult me, are you? You're not even fit to speak to me, you stupid idiot.
Look here, Bud. That's 3 times you've used that word stupid about me. The 4th time might get you a skin nose. Come on your way.
You are attempting to divert my senses from the concentration of inner thought to the grosser contemplations of the external world.
Come again?
But you are as clumsy as a cow at doing it.
Look, fella, if you've got somewhere to go, just go ahead. Your room is better than your company.
You are being sarcastic. That is because you do not know who I am.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you? You tell me and see if I care.
It is useless to tell you. That thing you think is your mind is a rusted, worthless tool. A sponge too dried out to soak up anything.
Oh, dumb, you mean?
Exactly. You really want to know who I am?
Quite frankly, I don't give a tinker's damn.
I am Chi-Chi, the omnipotent. In the Central Council of the Farthest Inward, I am the most completely self-equipped.
Brother, you don't make sense.
I am the mystic. In the whole council, I am the most honored. There has been, in 20 generations, no other great enough to be the mystic. But I am he.
Okay. Well, now that we've settled that, how's about some peace and quiet?
You have offended me grievously. I do not let such offenses go unpunished. I shall sit here beside you and decide what your punishment is going to be. I shall say no more until I have decided.
Okay. Well, happy thoughts, my mystical little pal. So he sat down beside me and didn't say another word. He was a funny, weaseled-up little man, and he amused me rather than worried me, so I forgot all about him.
Did he take the same plane you did?
Oh, don't get ahead of me, Patsy. I was tired from working all night and then the night before, and I guess I must have dozed off. The next thing I knew, somebody was shaking me by the shoulder.
Come on, Palsy. Snap out of it. This is as far as this cab goes. Hey, wake up, Palsy. This is where you get off.
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure, I'm awake.
Come on, Palsy. This is your hotel. Must have been some night you had last night, huh, Palsy?
Oh, stop calling me Palsy.
Sure. Whatever you say, Palsy.
What the deuce is the matter with me? Why does my head feel so foggy? What? Hey, where am I? Where's the plane?
Look, Palsy, I don't know who you're kidding, but this is where you live. Are you getting out or are you going to stay in a cab?
Well, where's my baggage?
You're a great little kidder, Palsy. Now, come on. Get out. You better get some sleep. There's nothing like it for a hangover.
Oh, all right. Oh, hey, you better give me a hand to get out of here.
Okay, Palsy. Here you go. All right. There you are. Now there.
Oh, what does the meter say?
Same as always, Palsy. 50 cents.
Yeah? Oh, here's 6 bits. Keep the change.
Hey, look, Palsy, you generally give me $5 for hauling you.
I'll give you a knot on the head if you don't stop ribbing me.
Okay, Palsy. Yeah, now you sound more like yourself. See you later.
And he drove off, leaving me standing in front of the crummiest-looking hotel I ever hoped to stop at.
You mean you have no notion of how you got there?
No, not the faintest.
Oh, but, Scubby, you just...
Oh, hold everything. Wait till I finish the story. Well, as I was apparently expected to go in the hotel, I did. As I approached the desk, the room clerk, a sad sack with a sourpuss, tossed me a key.
There you are, Mr. Gerson.
I picked up the key and started to ask the clerk a lot of questions. But my head was so dizzy that I couldn't think straight. So I went up to room 714, which was the number on the key.
What was it like, Scubby?
Oh, cheap and flashy. And it reeked of cheap perfume. I found some letter paper on the writing desk, and the letterhead said, Hotel Prince Royal, Chicago. Then I at least knew where I was. My head was aching so that I stumbled into the bathroom to bathe it. I got one look at myself in the mirror, and it almost finished me.
How do you mean, Scubby?
Well, it wasn't me I saw in the mirror.
But that's ridiculous. How could it be anyone else?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. What I saw was a typical cheap, pasty-faced gangster with red hair.
But your hair isn't red.
Well, it was then. And then I discovered that I was wearing a zoot suit.
What a sight you must have been.
Well, it didn't amuse me, Nick. By this time, I was scared sick. My head was so dizzy I couldn't think straight. I thought maybe I was still having some kind of nightmare. So I picked up the house phone, and when the operator answered, I asked her, What day is this?
It's Friday, Mr. Gerson.
Friday, March 24th?
Of course, Mr. Gerson.
Then it was yesterday that I left New York.
What's that, Mr. Gerson?
Oh, nothing. That's all, thanks.
Oh, Palsy.
Huh?
I just heard from the hospital. You just broke Betty's arm, that's all.
What? Oh, when was that?
Well, last night, you remember. But don't worry, Betty's a good kid. She won't say nothing to the cops.
Oh. Oh, yeah, thanks. Bye. And then I hung up the phone. Oh, it was getting worse and worse. I went back into the bathroom for another look at my new face. And then the room door opened, and I heard someone come in.
You here, Palsy?
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hi, Palsy. What's cooking, Snookins? Give me a match. Thanks, Hank.
Would you mind telling me who you are?
That's a new one on Dolly, Palsy. What's the rib?
Oh, I just want to find out who you are.
I'm Dolly, the spare rib, the girlfriend.
You're my girlfriend?
Say, Palsy, you're talking awful funny. What goes? Is this some new kind of a brush-off?
Oh, no, you misunderstand me.
Say, if you're trying to give me the air...
No. No, it's still love. Dove.
Well, that's more like it. For a minute, you had me guessing. See, by the way, Palsy, where was you last night? We had a date gate. Why'd you stand me up?
Huh? Did I?
I don't like that, Rat. You better explain and make it good.
Well, I had business.
Oh, I get it. You did a job you want me to cover for you. Okay, where do I say we went last night, you and me?
Oh, well, I think that we'd better say that...
I'll get that. There's something going on around here I ain't in on. Hello. Okay, thanks.
What was it?
She says there's 4 guys named Spike, Steve, Brainy, and Lucky coming up to see you. I got a blow. Them guys give me the chills, honey. They're real killers, and they ain't fussy who they kill. I'm seeing you. I fly. Goodbye.
Gosh, Scubby, what happened then?
Were these 4 gentlemen up to expectations?
Oh, they were gangsters, all right. They came sliding into the room as if they were afraid of me. Well, I already discovered I was supposed to be a guy named Palsy Gerson, a mug who broke girls' arms when I wanted to, and I was a no-good who gave $5 tips to taxi drivers, and I was a crook who had his girlfriend cover up for him when he did a job, and now I seem to be buddies with this gang of hoodlums. Oh, one of them, a guy with a squint eye, did all the talking.
Hi, Palsy.
Look, you guys, look me over carefully. Am I Palsy Gerson?
What's the matter, Palsy? Bad hangover?
Oh, let it go. What's cooking?
Look, Palsy, we're clean. There's not a rod on any of us. We come here for a peace talk.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've been pals working together for a long time now. We've been like that, right?
So what?
So everybody knows we're tied up with you. Even the cops know it. Now, if you get pulled in, we all get pulled in. Because the cops will figure we're all in it together.
Oh, what are you getting at?
It's about this rub-out last night. We didn't know nothing about that, Palsy. You didn't tell us. So we want you to give us the lowdown so we'll know what to say if one of us gets picked up.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Palsy. Everybody knows about last night's killing. We know it was your job, even if you did hire someone else to do it for you. Why, it's in all the newspapers this morning.
Here, let me see that paper. Oh, there was the headline, all right. Murder in nightclub. And there was a picture of me. Not a picture of this Palsy Gerson, but of me, Scubby Wilson. Taken on the spot by the nightclub photographer, it said. And there were my fingerprints, Nick. Those prints that both of us know so well, found on the gun that was used. And a picture of the cigarette lighter Patsy gave me last Christmas. Look, you got me all wrong. I'm not Palsy Gerson. There's been a terrible mistake.
Palsy? You mean you ain't going to be straight with us?
I tell you, this is all a mistake.
Palsy, you trying to cross us up? We don't like it. We ain't going to take it.
Oh, listen a minute. You can't pin
Can't do it, Palsy? Come on, boys. Take him over. Watch out for his rod. You ain't crossing us and get the witness.
Oh, I was so weak, I couldn't do a thing. And a minute later, they bent a blackjack over my left ear, and I went out cold.
Scubby, you poor guy. You certainly had a tough time.
Well, how did you get out of that Palsy Gerson role you were playing?
I don't know, Nick. When I came to again, I was on the bed in this room. I lay there a few minutes, getting my senses back, and then I jumped off the bed and raced to the mirror. I was myself again. I was Scubby Wilson once more, and in my own clothes, and my hair wasn't red anymore.
Yeah.
And my own luggage was on the rack at the foot of the bed.
But things like that just don't happen, Scubby.
Well, so I've heard, Patsy, but you can't prove it by me.
So you went to sleep in the airport in New York. When you woke up, your mind was in the body of a local crook named Palsy Gerson. And some of Gerson's pals knocked you over the head. When you woke up again, you were back in your own body in this hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
And while you were using Gerson's body, somebody was using your body to kill that guy in the nightclub, is that
Yeah.
it?
You know, I know it sounds insane, Nick, but that's the way I see it from here. And unless something happens, I'm slated for the electric chair.
Oh, gosh, Nick, we can't let anything happen to Scubby.
Don't worry, Patsy, we won't. Now, first we'll dye Scubby's hair, make him up so that he won't be too easily recognized in case the police are looking for him. Then I'll have the police pick up this Palsy Gerson, his girlfriend Dolly, and his 4 thugs, if they really exist. And somehow I think they do. I want to see what the body Scubby was using has to say for itself.
Well, Nick, these past 2 days haven't gotten us very far. We located Palsy Gerson, and he satisfied the police that he knows nothing about it. His girlfriend Dolly isn't the same girl who came to see me, and the telephone operator who called me Palsy has disappeared and can't be found. All of which adds up to a large round zero.
You're wrong, Scubby. It all adds up to proof that you were part of a well-laid plan.
But why, Nick? Why?
Look, Scubby, if the police discover that you're the one who apparently killed the man in the nightclub, they'll arrest you. And I, even with my reputation for being on the right side of the law, will be arrested with you as an accessory after the fact. Police couldn't do anything else. All of which would be an excellent way for somebody to commit a murder. and at the same time get someone he didn't like jailed for the said killing. Scubby, I think I'm the one they're after. And they used you to get me.
But how are we going to stop them? They got proof that I did that murder. And we can't prove that I didn't do it.
That's what I'm trying to do now, Scubby. Get that proof before the police catch up with us. So far, I haven't had... Oh, Patsy, see who that is, will you?
Sure, Nick. Hold everything. Hold everything.
We have warrants for the arrest of Scubby Wilson and Nick Carter in connection with the murder of John Walters.
But why didn't they keep you in jail, too, Nick?
Because they were extremely decent about it, Patsy. They told me that although they had positive proof that Scubby committed the murder, and that I'd been abetting him in defiance of the law, they were so impressed with my insistence that Scubby didn't murder him that, out of consideration for my past reputation, they were going to give me 10 days to prove his innocence, if I could. If I fail in that time, I give myself up, and they proceed with the charges against Scubby and me.
How did they find out about him, Nick?
Very simple, Patsy. They sent the fingerprints they found on the gun to Washington, to the FBI, and they identified them as Scubby's. You know, he and I are both on file there as law enforcement agents.
Mm-hmm.
Little investigation found Scubby was living here, and the rest was easy.
What's your next move, Nick?
Patsy, if my hunch is right, the man behind this wants to get at me for some reason or other. So he's going to be awful mad when he finds the police have let me go again. And he may try to do something himself about getting me out of the way.
And if he doesn't?
I have a couple of the boys keeping their eyes open for anyone who looks like that mystic Scubby was telling us about. I believe he's at the bottom of all this, Patsy. If I can lay my hands on him, I feel sure he can tell us all the answers.
But he might mystic you, too, Nick, the way he did Scubby.
He might. But I doubt it. Well, I'm going down to pick up a paper at the newsstand. I'll be right back, Patsy. Evening Journal, please. Thanks. Don't make any sudden moves, Bud. Looking for me? You Nick Carter? Yes. Then you're the one we want. What can I do for you? Keep your hands in plain sight so me and my two boys here don't have to do any sudden shooting. This ain't a water pistol I got here. I'll take your word for it. What do we do now? The mystic wants to talk to you. Come on. And come quiet. Friend, any idea why the mystic wants to talk to me?
I don't think he likes the idea of the cops letting you go after they took you to the jug. He thought you was out of the way for keeps.
So now he's going to do something himself about getting rid of me, huh?
No. Me and the boys are going to do it for him.
When?
Now. As soon as we get down to the pier.
Oh. An old abandoned pier, I suppose.
Yeah. One where there ain't nobody to bother us when we take care of you. Just around the corner.
What are you planning to do with me?
A couple of sash weights tied to your legs will do the trick. After putting a couple of bullets through your head. Lucky.
Yeah?
You get out the sash weights and the rope. They're in the back of the car.
Okay.
Barney. Right. You go get the girl. We'll take care of both the girl and Carter at the same time, like the boss suggested. All right, Carter. You and me will walk out on the pier together. But don't forget, I got this little persuader in my hand. It's getting dark, which is what we want. But even if you can't see this .38 of mine, it's still there pointing at you.
I have no doubt you're right. And I shan't forget. You know you can't hope to kill me and not pay for it.
I'll take my chances on that, Carter. You ain't the first guy I bumped off, and you ain't going to be the last. This'll be far enough.
Well, then, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
No.
Oh, is that the girl coming with your pal there?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Drop that gun. I'll break your arm. Drop it. No noise if you want to stay alive.
I'll drop it.
Thanks. Now, I'll take charge here. I'll do just as I say, and you won't get hurt. But try any funny business, you'll never see daylight again. You understand?
Yeah, I got you. Didn't need to break my arm off, though.
Here comes the girl and Bernie. Not a sound of you. Okay.
Here she is, Spike. Got enough weight for the two of them?
Answer him right. Yeah. We got enough. You can only bring her over here. Bring her over here.
Yeah, we're coming. She didn't want to come, but I...
Drop your gun and get your hands up, Bernie, quick. Quick, I said, get those hands up. I'll take your gun, too. Now, Bernie, come over here. Just a little closer now.
What are you going to do?
It's getting dark now. It's time for bed. So I'm just going to put you to sleep. Like this.
Sure, you're wonderful.
You don't have to kill him, do you? I didn't kill him.
You Nick Carter?
Why, yes, I am.
Oh, I've been praying something like this had happened, but I didn't think it would.
Quiet. We're not out of the woods yet.
All right.
Be quiet. Spike, keep your mouth shut if you want to keep on living. When he gets here, tell him to bring you the weights and stuff.
What'll I do with this stuff?
Now, got him. Bring this stuff over here, Lucky.
Okay.
Don't move, Lucky. I've got the gun this time. All right, young lady. Will you get the gun out of his pocket, please?
All right. Here it is.
I'll take it. Thanks. Now, Lucky, I want you to tie up your pal Bernie there.
Huh?
Then you can tie up Spike.
Yeah,
Then I'll tie you up. Give the finishing touches to all three of you and be on my way.
You mean you're going to leave us here?
That's exactly what I mean.
Why, you
All
jerk.
right, Lucky, get busy with those ropes. Time's getting short. And I've got a real score to settle with your boss.
Gee, Mr. Carter, you're wonderful. You sure these lugs ain't going to get out of these ropes?
I'm sure. I've had lots of practice in this sort of thing. There. All right, come on. We can leave them there safely now.
Say, look, I ain't told you who I am yet, have I?
Why, no. Who are you?
I'm Dolly.
Dolly. You're not Gerson's friend.
No, I'm the other one. The one the mystic hired to visit your friend in the hotel.
So that's who you are.
Sure.
How much do you know about this racket?
Well, I didn't know nothing about it then, but since they snatched me and kept me locked up in their hideout, I learned a lot from listening to them talk.
Let's stop here a minute. What's this all about, Dolly? If that's your name.
Now, my real name's Ann. Did your friend really think he was pals with Gerson?
Yes, he certainly did, for a while. That's absurd, of course.
The mystic done it. He has an anesthetic gas that he gives you when you're asleep or knocked out. He doped your friend in the airport and brought him to Chicago. Then he had somebody make him up like a mobster, and he let him wake up in that taxi cab.
I suppose he paid all those people to put on the act that convinced Scubby he really was Palsy Grissom.
Only the taxi driver, the telephone girl, the hotel clerk, and me. The four thugs was already members of the gang.
And they beat him up so this mystic could give him another shot of the gas while he was unconscious and let him wake up as himself?
Yes. And he was so doped all the time we was putting on the act that he never could figure out what was going on.
Very clever. But how did you get in on this?
Oh, I wanted to be an actor. They hired me to put on his act. They told me they were ribbing some friend of theirs. But when I saw all the publicity in the papers and I saw that you got arrested, too, I knew it wasn't no gag. I went to where their headquarters was one day to see if they were still there so I could go to the police. But somebody saw me there and grabbed me. I've been locked up ever since.
You know why they wanted to do all this?
The mystic knew your friend was going to Philadelphia to get some dope on a racket. The mystic was the head of the gang, and he wanted to scare your friend off. He hoped he'd scare you off, too. He's getting ready to work the same racket all over the country. And you was the only one who was getting hot on his trail.
I thought that was it. And when we didn't scare off, he had to take matters into his own hands. I suppose it was one of the Mystic's thugs who did the killing in the nightclub?
Yeah, it was Spike, made up to look like your pal. And he left the evidence at the cop stop.
Who was the man he killed?
Some fella wouldn't play ball the way he wanted him to.
Look, you know where the headquarters of this gang is?
Sure. It's about a block from here. Want me to show you?
You bet I do. With your help, I'm going to get that Mystic. If he's there.
Come on. It's over this way. That's the place. That little house beside the warehouse.
Is there another entrance?
Yeah, round on the side. That's all.
How many in the gang?
5 besides the boy. You got 3 of them tied up on the piece.
Good. Can you handle a gun?
I don't know. I'll try it if you want me to.
Good. Take this one. Go around to the other door. When you hear me fire once, you shoot that gun 6 shots fast. Can you do that?
Sure. What are you going to do?
When you pick the lock on this door, go in and try to trap them. If they try to make a getaway through the other door, the shots you fire will make them think they're surrounded. Okay?
Sure. Good luck, Mr. Carter. I'll be listening for you.
Now, Mr. Mystic, let's see how mystical you really are. First, I get this door open. There. That was easy. Guess they're not expecting trouble. Now to find them.
And with Spike taking care of Carter, and the cops taking care of that stooge of his, we'll have nothing to worry about any further. I guess we were too clever for the great Nick Carter.
Think so, do you? Up with your hands, all of you. Make it snap.
Nick Carter, any more?
Oh, good. You're surrounded. You can't get away.
Guys, boss, we ain't got a chance.
Drop your guns if you want to stay alive.
Very well. You're too many for us this time. Drop your boys. Drop.
Thank you. Now turn and stand up against the wall with your hands in the air. That's it. Oh, Ann. Ann, it's all over now. You can come in. Fight's over.
You got it, Mr. Carter? Gee, you're a real detective, ain't you?
All right, Ann. Go to the nearest telephone and call police headquarters.
Yes.
Tell them we have the correct answer to the killing that Scubby's charged with. And tell them to send some cops down here after them right away.
Sure thing, Mr. Carter. Now, who's on top, Mr. Mystic? Why don't you try a little magic now?
All right, Ann. Get going. Scubby will be very anxious to get this good news.
I'm on my way, Mr. Carter.
You mean you didn't have any police here with you?
No, my mystical friend. Just me and the girl. But using my own special brand of magic, you couldn't tell the difference. And that's the kind of magic worth using.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at the same time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, I'd like to hear a few of the high spots from next week's story.
Okay. Next week's story started with a cat.
But not a common, ordinary cat. This one was a lemon-yellow Persian cat with a pedigree.
The chase started when I tried to find the said pedigreed Persian puss, which had been stolen from its rightful and very ultra owner. But before long, I found I was involved in theft, kidnapping, murder, and other varieties of law-breaking.
Which included being hit over the head and being shot at in the dark. Not exactly an amusing case.
No, Patsy, it was a deadly serious case before it was finished. I call it A Cat Brings Death.
Or The Mystery of the Missing Persian.
And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Schultz, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
A Cat Brings Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 10:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began in the shattering turmoil of a manhunt and ended in the quietness of the morgue.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
People are always telling me how lucky I am to have a job where all I've got to do is walk around Chicago at night looking for a story. It's a dandy little job, sure. All you need's a pneumonia jacket, an extra set of arch supports, and a goodly supply of penicillin, and you're all set. The city at night. Fascinating. That old nose for news, frozen stiff and ready to fall off. Those eagle eyes so watery and bloodshot from the wind they wouldn't serve a self-respecting canary. Yes, sir, it's lovely work if you can get it. And brothers and sisters, have I got it. Oh, I guess I was just bitter. I'd walked from the Loop to the near north side, waiting for a story to tap gently on the shoulder, and so far it was no hits, no runs, and no errors. The streets were empty. Everybody was home hugging a radiator. And then, far away, I heard that lonely blues in the night sound, a police siren. And then another. And another. And then it seemed like there was a whole chorus of sirens singing about what a cruel, cruel world it all was. And then one siren separated itself from the rest and came closer, a prowl car coming down the street, stopping just a few yards away from me, and a police officer jumping out of it and hurrying to a call box. The officer passed under the street lamp, and I saw the excited look on his face, and I thought, all right, Stone, you lucky dog, let's go to work.
This is Malachek. Yeah, okay, we're on our way over there right now. Right.
Officer, just a second.
What do you want, mister?
What's up? Sounds like every squad car in the city's on the loose.
Look, I got no time, mister. Read it in the papers tomorrow.
Oh, I never touch the stuff. Look, the name is Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, reporter?
Well, mildly, that's a general call, isn't it?
I got no time to stand here, Gavin. I'll give it to you fast. Gig Sanders busted loose.
Sanders? Great. When and how?
Read it in your paper, Stone. All right, Crossan, let's move. They got him trapped.
Gig Sanders, two-time loser, a killer, loose in a city of 4 million people, and everyone his enemy. I hurried to a phone, checked with the police, and then drove over to that part of Chicago called the Badlands. That strange area belonging to every city, surrounded by business section, yet itself run-down, deteriorated, filled with tenements and abandoned factories. It was there the police had thrown a cordon around a boarded-up building. My pass got me through and up to the front line, and Police Captain Arlen.
Hello, Stone.
Oh, the hunt's on, huh?
I don't know. We'll see in a minute.
Sanders in that building?
Got a tip he would be. Wait a second. All right, Billings. Turn the searchlight on the building. Keep two of them on the roof. Run the others back and forth.
Right.
Sticking around, Stone?
Yeah, I guess so. You sure Sanders is in there?
No, but we couldn't afford to pass up the tip.
A tip? Where'd it come from?
No, it's just a phone call. But Sanders knew this neighborhood like the back of his hand, likely to be here.
Captain Ireland, ready with the speaker now.
Okay, bring it here. Malachek.
There's quite a crowd gathered for the kill.
Yeah, making it tough for us. Sanders is armed like an artillery corps, and if he's in there...
I see what you mean. How'd he get away?
Haven't got the full details yet, but he was being taken to the death house. Killed a cop.
He's a nice boy.
Here you are, Captain.
Okay. All right. Here it goes.
Sanders? Sanders! Listen to me. There's no way out of that building that isn't covered. Come out with your hands in the air. We'll give you 20 seconds. Hear that, Sanders? 20 seconds. We'll count them off for you.
Now, what if he doesn't show?
Tear gas first, then we'll go in after him.
If he comes out with his hands up, he goes to the death house. If he doesn't...
He'll come out. Rats always believe there's a chance to beat the chair.
Well, his life is hope.
No sign of him. Malachek, come here.
Yes, sir.
Take the microphone. When I give the signal, start counting off 20 seconds.
Yes, sir. You've given him more than 20 seconds.
Not him, the crowd. They won't push in so close when the counting starts.
Oh, look at them. Look at those faces. Perfectly normal human beings for 23 and a half hours of the day. Give them something like this for 30 minutes and they become a mob. Waiting, watching, hoping for the kill.
People, Randy, want to change them?
Yeah, sure. We'll retool and put out a nice new 8-cylinder model with a convertible soul.
Get ready, Malachek.
Yes, sir.
Captain, there's my story.
Sanders?
Oh, no. That's for the front page, boys. That mob, that's my story. Look at that young couple right over there. Look at those two. They're hoping Sanders will come out shooting.
Otherwise, they'll want their money back, huh?
I suppose so. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I want to stand by that couple and listen to them.
All right, Malachek, start counting. But warn him first. Once more.
Sanders. We're going to start counting right now. Come out with your hands in the air or we'll cut you in half when we come in after you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I edged my way behind the young couple. They looked so nice and so human. But here they were, the same as all the rest.
9.
Go back just a little over 1,000 years, put on a toga, and take a seat in the Colosseum at Rome. Have a great day watching the gladiators butcher each other. Cheer for the lions, or, if you prefer people, cheer for the slave to kill the lion.
17.
Makes no difference. It's all the same holiday. Somebody gets killed.
20.
And then it started.
Let him have it!
It was all over in a few moments. The tear gas, the police rushing in with their masks on, the crowd straining forward to get a glimpse of Sanders. But there was no Sanders, and the police came up.
Nobody in there, Captain Ireland.
He must have been.
No, sir, not a soul. We've covered every inch.
I watched the crowd, and strangely enough, there was relief on their faces, and even a little shame that they'd hoped for the kill. But the young couple in front of me.
He wasn't there, Ken. He wasn't there.
I know. Come on. Let's get out of here quick.
Ken, I'm sick.
Evie, hold on to me. Let us through, please. Let us through.
Yeah, here, this way. Come on. Will you clear the way, please?
She's sick, mister.
Maybe it's a natural reaction to disappointment.
Huh?
Nothing. Come on. We'll get through this way. Will you let us through, please? Excuse me, will you, please? Thank you.
She's got to sit down, mister. She's got it.
Okay. Here's my car. Let her get in here.
Kenny wasn't there. He's loose.
Never mind. Come on, baby. I'll get you home.
You better let me drive you.
No. We'll be all right.
Ken, I'm sick.
Just a little while, Evie. We'll be home.
Look, fella, it's easy to see what's the matter. She can't walk home in her condition.
It ain't far.
A block would be too far. I'll get a cab.
No. I don't want anybody around us.
Don't want anybody around you? That's a laugh. You bring her out here to this. Why didn't you take her on a nice tour through the packing house?
Shut up. What right you got to talk like that?
The founding fathers gave it to me.
You don't know nothing about it. You don't know.
Ken, take me home.
Look, my car is still here. You're in no spot to refuse help no matter what your reason. Now, come on.
Let him take us, Kenny, please.
Come on. They lived very close. It didn't take over 3 minutes to get to their tenement building. I wanted to take her to a hospital, but she refused. She refused in a way that made me look at her hard. And there was another thing, the way she reacted when the police found out Gig Sanders wasn't in the oil factory. Terror. That's what it was, sheer terror. And I helped her husband carry her up the stairs and into their meager little flat.
On the couch, mister.
Yes.
Okay. There. Now, have you got a phone?
What for?
Call a doctor.
We ain't got a phone. But there's a drugstore.
No, Ken.
But, baby.
We gotta get out. We ain't got time for a doctor now. Just let me rest.
You're in no
gotta
condition to refuse a doctor.
I'm all right now.
Yeah, sure. It ain't going to be for 3 weeks. That's what the doctor
3
said.
weeks, and you drag her out to that great exhibition? Why didn't she...
Shut up. Told you before you didn't know nothing about it. Mind your own business and leave us alone. What are you looking like that for?
What's the matter with you, with both of you?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, there is. You're scared stiff. Of what?
Please go, like Kenny says. Leave us alone.
Well, let me phone for a doctor from the drugstore. I won't come back. Just a doctor.
Evie?
No, we ain't got time, Kenny. Don't you know that? We ain't got time. He's loose, Ken. He's loose.
Evie, baby, don't.
You're talking about Gig Sanders, aren't you? Why? Why are you afraid of him? Do you know him? Come on, what about a talk?
No, not to nobody.
You're scared of Sanders. Why?
Look, mister, you helped us, all right? Thanks. Now get out of here.
We gotta tell somebody.
I said nobody. You know what'll happen.
We gotta tell. Mister, who are you?
My name is Stone, Chicago Star.
Newspaper.
That frighten you?
Maybe he can help. Maybe he can.
Nobody can. You know that.
I'll tell him.
Evie, shut up.
It was Kenny who tipped the cops.
Evie.
I had to tell somebody. Maybe he can help.
That's the truth, Kenny?
Yeah. It was me tipped the cops.
That Sanders was in the factory?
I thought he might be, but he wasn't.
All right. Now tell me something else. How do you know so much about it? Come on, if you want me to help, I got to know you're on the level, so tell me.
Tell him.
How do I know that he won't go straight to the police? How do I know that?
We gotta trust somebody. We gotta.
Can we trust anybody?
We'll try it and see.
Him and me in the same gang once. I did time, but I got out before he did. I went straight because...
Go ahead.
It was for me.
Oh. All right, now, how about the tip to the police? There'll be a reward, you know. Sanders is big time.
I didn't do it for no reward.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Stone, help us.
How? How can I help?
By getting out now and keeping your trap shut about
And that'll
me.
help? No, you'll be back where you started. Your wife knows that, or she wouldn't have asked me to help.
Jig will come after us.
How would he know that you gave the information to the police?
He'll guess. We used that factory plenty of times for a hideout. Nobody else knew how to get in. There's a cellarway.
All right, let me ask you another question, Kenny.
What?
Why did you tip the police?
Gig hates me.
Why?
Kenny married me while Gig was still in the pen.
Oh, you were his girl.
No, I never was. I never was his girl at all. I was like everything else Gig liked. Everything was his, no matter who it belonged to. To him, a girl was like anything else. His gun, his clothes. Anytime Gig Sanders wanted something, it was his. I never loved him. I told him, but he just laughed like what I felt didn't mean nothing.
I see, and no.
Now he's loose. He hates me because of Evie, and he's going to know I tipped the coppers. Mr. Stone, if it's the last thing he does, he's going to get us, Evie and me.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Those kids were scared, plenty scared. I asked them the only question that made sense, and I got my answer.
Go to the police? Sure. A guy who serves time goes to the cops. He tells them he gave him a bum steer. They got every copper in Chicago around that factory while Gig gets away someplace else. Yeah, sure. They'd believe me, wouldn't they?
Well, try it. I'll go with you.
Listen, you don't know. I changed my name. I moved all over the state looking for a job. This is the only place I could get one. I had to come back here.
So what does that prove?
It'll be in the papers. He'll lose his job, Mr. Stone.
I can't do that. Not with Evie.
Now, what do you want me to do?
Look, maybe if I give you a list of the places the coppers might find Gig, maybe you could tip him.
What if he doesn't show up?
There ain't many places he can go.
Look, maybe by this time he's out, maybe even out of the state. He's killed an officer. He won't dare to stay here.
Gig, as long as he knows Evie and me are still alive, he'll stay. He hates me so much, he'll take that chance.
Does he know you live here?
No. I ain't even seen any of the old bunch at all. I moved around.
Always moving to keep away. Mr. Stone, go to the police.
But don't tell him nothing about me.
Will you get it through your head that they'll protect you?
Even so, Gig's got friends. If they find out it was me...
All right, yeah.
So you guys go to the police.
All right. Where's the drugstore?
Right at the corner. You'll see it.
All right, stay right here. Keep your door locked until I get back. It was a short 2 minutes to the corner drugstore. I put in my call and started back to the flat. The street was quiet, deserted. The dirty tenements a solid block of ugliness against the night. I reached the tenement entrance, and I was just about to start up the steps.
Hey, pal.
Huh?
Don't turn around. Stand nice and quiet. That's it.
What is this, a holdup?
Sure, a holdup. Now listen to me. Take out a cigarette.
What?
Take out a cigarette. That's it. Now light it. Act natural. Good boy. Now?
Where are you?
In your car at the curbs.
What?
Don't turn around, I said. Take a look up and down the street.
I am.
Coppers?
No.
Okay. Now come here to the car. You're gonna do like I tell you, understand?
What do you want? Who?
You know who I am, Stone.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Listen, I'm going up to that flat you come.
Don't do it, Sanders.
Sure, I'm gonna do it. This gun says I can do it.
Leave the two kids alone.
Yeah. All alone.
You're wasting time, Sanders. Time you could use to better advantage.
Sure. Now step back a couple of feet. I'm getting out. Just stay in there. Keep smoking a cigarette.
Walk ahead of me. Straight in that house. Move. Stop you.
Sanders, you're not going to do this and still have time to get away.
Real concerned about me, ain't you? Don't worry, I'm a big boy.
All right, give him a break.
Sure, like they was going to give me. Now, listen. You're going back up to that flat. You're going to knock on the door, and you're going to tell them to let you in. That clear?
What if I don't?
So be a hero. I'll get in anyway. It's just easier this way. Okay?
All right.
So let's go.
The slow walk up the stairs was a nightmare. I walked down the hall toward the flat where those two kids waited behind a door that they thought would keep the terror and death away from them. And then?
Knock.
Who is it?
Answer.
Sanders, please don't do it.
You going to answer him?
Who is it?
Answer.
It's Stone, Kenny, but I...
He was a long time.
Inside.
Shut up or I will. Easy, don't.
Stone, lock that door. All right, Kenny boy. Over on the couch.
Gig, don't hurt Evie. She's going to have...
I see, yeah. Congratulations.
Listen to me.
Shut up. Stone.
What?
Get over to the couch. On your way, turn out the light. And stay in line with the window so I can see against the street lamp. Now sit down. We'll talk.
You going to listen to me, Gig?
Sure, I'm a wonderful listener. Only make it good and funny, huh?
Even me fell in love, Gig. You ain't going to blame us for that.
Evie and you fell in love. You think I worried about that? You think I cared what she did? Nah. It's what you done tonight.
He was afraid, Sanders. Afraid that you'd come after him because of Evie.
I thought about it, mister. Yeah, plenty. But I figured let it go. It ain't worth it. But this tonight is something different. Turning stoolie.
You'll never get out of Chicago, Sanders. Every cop in the city will be looking for you.
It's nothing new to me. Now you, Kenny boy. You did tip the coppers, didn't you?
Gig, listen.
We're nothing.
You haven't got a chance, Sanders.
No chance? I always got a chance. My luck's good. You know why I wasn't in that factory, Kenny boy? Because my luck held. I had to get some dough first. You know where I was? In that crowd, just standing there watching.
You were in the crowd?
Yeah, like watching my own funeral, only the coffin was empty. And I saw you and Evie, Kenny. That's how I knew where the tip come from.
All right, you're smart, Sanders. Now be smarter. You got us where you want us. We can't make a move, but if you kill us, you'll kill the time you need to get away.
I got ways. Like I come here. I followed you in a cab, then hid in your parked car. Now, ain't that smart? Evie, you ain't said nothing.
Big. You gonna kill us?
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you, Evie.
Sanders, you said your luck held. It can't hold forever. What you're doing now is giving the police minute after minute to catch up with you, and they will sooner or later. You killed an officer, Sanders. You know what that means?
Him or me, it had to be that way.
Doesn't have to be this way.
This way?
What Kenny done was to save Evie's life and the baby's, right or wrong. That's why he did it. What would you have done to save your own life?
I killed a cop that saved my life. That answer you?
Yes, I guess it does.
So it makes sense. That's a radio there by you, ain't it?
Yeah.
Send it on. We're all going to sit here and wait for the news. We're going to see how I'm making out.
We sat in the semi-darkness of the room. The only light came from the window that faced the street. Then the 11 o'clock news broadcast came on.
Meeting tomorrow will tell us more. Tonight in Chicago, the city's manhunt goes on for Gig Sanders, convicted and sentenced killer. Acting on an anonymous tip, the police surrounded the old Phillips factory, but Sanders had not been there or had escaped before the cordon could be drawn tightly. Meanwhile, rewards totaling $2,800 have been offered.
Shut up! $2,800. A real nice nest egg, huh, Kenny boy?
It wasn't any reward.
There is now.
Sanders.
What do you want, Stone?
You said you were smart.
So, what are you getting at?
Maybe you forgot one thing.
Yeah?
You came here in a cab.
So?
Did the driver get a look at your face?
Don't give me that. The cops would be here long before now.
Oh, no, Sanders. Only about a half hour's gone by since they tried for you in the factory. Figure it out. By the time the cab driver reports, by the time the police check...
Shut up.
You're wasting time. You got half a chance if you take it.
Yep. Yeah. I guess you talked me into it. Okay, I'll get going.
Gig. No. Please. No.
Gig, not Evie, not the baby.
Baby? Evie? I could have been rotting in that factory by now.
What satisfaction do you get from this Sanders?
Satisfaction? Everything in the world.
You were friends.
Yeah, friends. Did you tell him how good friends we were, Kenny? Did you tell him how we played in the same dirty, stinking streets? How we ate the same slop in the orphan asylum? Did you tell him all that?
Gig.
Yeah, Evie, did you tell him how I was always the one to get Kenny out of jail when we were kids? They tell you that, Stone?
No, but you're thinking of it. Remember it.
I am. Oh, I am.
All Kenny wanted was a decent life.
Even if it cost mine, huh?
He wanted to live for his wife and their baby.
And I want to live.
For what?
You shouldn't have said that, Stone. I didn't have nothing against you till you said that. I was going to that death house when I busted loose. I figured a million ways to get away, and I took the chance when it come. I killed a cop. And I know what happens to a cop killer. I know. Now, they're coming. I guess you were right about that cabby. The minute the coppers will all be set up and ready to get me. Yeah, but I killed a cop. That's how bad I wanted to live. But nobody wants me to. Nobody. You hear? Nobody.
Listen, Sanders.
You listen. A couple of weeks ago, there was a leopard loose. You know what the people said? You know, Stone?
Yes, I know. They felt sorry for the leopard.
That's right. Everybody wanted that leopard taken alive. Nobody wanted it killed. But me, I'm a human being, and they want to see me cut to pieces.
Maybe because that's all the difference in the world between you and that animal.
Is there? You're going to tell me the leopard would know better if he killed to get away? Well, I don't. No, because that's the way I learned to live.
Because you didn't want any other way, Sanders. Because it was the easiest way. You grew up in a gutter. You never wanted to get out of it. Other men did.
I ain't other than a Gig Sanders.
Gig, they're all around. You ain't got a chance.
Yeah, and that's dandy for you. Just what you want.
No, Gig, no. I swear it ain't.
You swear. Now, you listen. I'm going out, yeah. But not with my hands up. And I ain't gonna die alone.
Sanders, don't. Do one last decent thing. Let these kids alone.
Gig, listen. I'll go with you.
Kenny, no.
Gig, I'll go with you. It'll be you and me again like it always was. I'll help you get away. We can do it together, Gig. We always used to, me and you, remember?
You're crazy, Kenny. If they think you're going out with him, you won't have a chance. They'll cut you down with him. You won't.
Kenny, stay here.
I gotta do it, Evie. You gotta see that. I have to do it. Gig, you want to kill me, all right. I'll be dead if that's what you want, but I'm going out with you. I got a gun.
Kenny, put it down. Don't.
So you got a gun. You got a gun. All right, shoot me. Why don't you shoot me?
I could have. Any time we were sitting here.
But you didn't. You was always soft, Kenny boy. You see, Stone, that's the difference between him and me.
Then shoot me. Go ahead, kill me now. But even if you don't, I'm going out with you, Gig.
Kenny, you're not talking sense.
Sanders, we know you're in there. Sanders, this is Captain Ireland. Listen to me. Sanders.
I'm listening, copper.
Sanders, there are innocent people in that building. We'll give them time to clear. If you've got any human decency left in you, wait before you do anything. But I warn you, Sanders, come out with your hands in the air.
What are you going to do?
You know what I'm going to do? Coppers! Coppers, I'm coming out! Right out the front door. Tell everybody else to stay in. Tell them.
All right, Sanders, but with your hands up. Now listen, people. Stay in your rooms, lie down on the floor, and stay away from windows and doors.
I'm coming, coppers.
They'll kill you, Gig.
Sanders, go out with your hands in the air.
Oh, sure. Now, Evie, Kenny.
Gig.
Sanders.
Do it then, Gig. Do it and get it over with.
Kenny, boy, get where I can see your face.
Think what you're doing, Sanders.
Shut up, son. And the light by the window, Kenny. Now, let me look at you. You said you'd go out with me.
Yeah.
Kenny, don't lie to me now. Don't lie now.
I'll go with you, Gig.
Swear it's the truth, Kenny. Swear it's the truth.
I don't have to swear it, Gig. You're looking at me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going out alone.
And what about Kenny, Evie?
They can rot in this stinking world. They can rot. Not me. I'm going out. I'm going out and meet all the coppers in Chicago.
Gig, stay where you are.
He's gone. He's gone.
Sanders, come out with your hands up. Hello, coppers!
Well, there's $2,800 lying down there, Kenny. Better go down and pick it up.
I don't want it.
You had all the chance in the world. Why didn't you kill him?
I couldn't. Gig Sanders was my brother.
Now it's almost dawn again, and I've written another story. It's a story that began a long time ago when a man looked up and answered a question with another question. Am I my brother's keeper? There's an answer to that, and our society has made it. Yes, you are your brother's keeper, but the kept must be worthy of the keeping. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Georgia Ellis, Shepard Menken, Louis Haight, Herb Ellis, and Alan Slate. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Throughout the week, NBC brings you the very best adventure mystery dramas on the air. You'll hear action-packed, fast-moving plots to hold your interest right up to the smashing climax on NBC's thrilling mystery shows. During these stellar programs, you'll hear mystery and intrigue, adventure and high-tension drama. Match your powers of observation against the best in detective fiction in solving crimes and unraveling intrigue. There's fast-moving action to lift you from beside your radio into the romantic land of mystery and adventure. These exciting dramas are as interesting as tomorrow's race results today. And you'll hear them every night over most of these NBC stations. Remember, if it's mystery and adventure dramas you're tuned for the best on NBC. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Tomorrow, Fred Allen joins Bob Hope. Now, Jack Benny's on NBC.
Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Evening, Francis. You look like you're going out.
Yes, sir.
Miss Asher wants me to go down to the delicatessen for some cold cut.
Well, where is Miss Asher?
In the study, sir.
Well, I'll see you later, Francis. Why don't you bring back some roll mop?
Roll mop, sir?
Herring with the bends. Very toothy.
Yes, sir.
Ollie, oxen free.
Red. Hi.
Hi. Well, get the silk things there.
Lounging pajamas.
Yeah. I guess we're going to stay in, huh?
Uh-huh. I just sent Francis out for some food.
Met him at the door.
Look, I've got to do a few things in the kitchen. Why don't you stretch out on the couch and take it easy until dinner's ready?
Okay, I'm pretty tired. Might rock out.
No, a little sleep might do you some good. Here, read a magazine if you want to stay awake.
Oh, swell. Gory detective. Who sends you these things? The Corpse of the Month?
Pretty bad. I won't be long.
Okay. Oh, no. The case of the bloody... Oh. It was going on 11 o'clock, and the fog encircled the old house like a thin, wet blanket. Oh, swell. The figure of a man crept stealthily across the gravel of the garden path. These riders really dream it up.
Miss Diamond?
What? How did you get in here?
I followed you from your office. You left the door unlocked when you came in.
Well, now, look.
I know I shouldn't have come into someone else's house, but this is a matter of life and death.
Hey, stop pulling down the blinds.
I don't want anyone to see us talking.
Well, you're on the 8th floor. Who's chasing you? A herd of monkeys?
Please, you must listen.
Now, look, if you got troubles, come to my office in the morning.
Tomorrow morning may be too late. I'm supposed to die.
Try breathing. You expand your chest, take a lung full of air.
No,
It does wonders. Keeps you around for days. You better get out of here.
Please, Mr. Diamond, don't give me away. Please.
Yeah, baby. Wait a minute. Duck under the desk.
Oh, bless you, Mr. Diamond.
Yes. I thought I heard you talking to someone.
Talking? Oh, no. Must have been reading out loud. This is swell literature. The case of the grisly ghost. Oh.
I like to keep up on the exploits of a private detective. You don't tell me anything about your cases.
I'm modest. Hey, you got your coat on. Where are you going?
Oh, Francis just called. He's had a flat tire. I'm going to pick him up in the other car.
Don't you want me to do it?
Oh, I'm not going to let you out of this house. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Read The Grizzly Ghost. It's not bad.
Bye, baby.
Bye.
Okay, Spider-Man, you can come out now.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what the devil's going on?
I told you my life's in danger. I need help.
Tell me about it.
I haven't time now. Come to this address in about an hour. My name's Leeds. Leland L. Leeds.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
I must get back before they miss me. I don't want them to know I got out. Say I called you and told you to come over. Here's the address on this card. Please don't fail me, Mr. Diamond.
Now, wait a minute. My fee's $100 a day in expenses.
Of course. I'll have a check for you. Goodbye.
He went out like an undertaker stealing a can of embalming fluid, and I poured myself something just about as strong. Helen would scalp me for leaving, but for some reason, nutty little guys like that interest me. I left Helen the note saying I'd be back later and took off to the address Leland L. Leeds had given me. It was out of town about 10 miles, but after hunting around for a while and running up a good-sized taxi fare, I finally found the house.
Yes?
Yes. I got a call from a Mr. Leeds at this address. He asked me to come over.
My brother?
I don't know.
Well, it couldn't have been. He's very sick. He's upstairs sleeping.
Well, he was just coasting off to dreamland when he called me. I think you'd better let me in.
Oh, a detective. All right. Just what did my brother tell you, Mr.
Diamond. He said his life was in danger.
I'm Nina Leeds. I think you'd better come into the living room, Mr. Diamond. Dr. Miller can explain things better than I can.
Sure.
Roger? This is Mr. Diamond. He's a detective.
Oh?
Lee just called him. This is Dr. Miller, Mr. Diamond.
Hello, Doctor.
How do you do? You from the police?
No, private stuff.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you made a trip for nothing.
Well, here are the drinks.
George, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective.
What?
Mr. Diamond, this is George Bodine.
How are you?
Well, fine, thank you. Anything wrong?
I don't know.
Lee phoned Mr. Diamond and told him he was in danger.
How did you know that, Doctor?
I told Miss Leeds what he said, but not you. I'm Mr. Leeds' doctor. He's having a nervous breakdown and suffers from an extreme persecution complex. If he called a detective, I'm sure he must have said something like that.
That's quite correct, Mr. Diamond.
What do you do, Mr. Brodeen?
Why, I'm with the New York Museum. I'm a friend of the family. I've been watching Lee break up for the past month.
Mm-hmm. May I talk to your brother, Miss Leeds? I don't think you can. I gave him a very strong sedative.
Let me get you a drink, Mr. Diamond. When Lee wakes up, you can talk to him.
Sure. We went into the bar, and she got out a big bottle and 2 glasses. I forgot all about Leland L. Leeds for a while and started concentrating on his lovely sister. It was easy.
Champagne?
Sure, but I've run out of slippers.
I've got a small foot. Might take you a long time to get enough.
I drink that. It's the open toes that bother me.
I like the paddock. Where'd you come from?
Same place you did, lover. Experience Alley.
What do people call you after they get to know you better?
Oh, different things at different times. But now you can call me Rick.
And later?
Oh, you'll think of something easier. It's like that when you haven't got much time to talk.
Here's to later, Rick.
Yeah. What does a doctor specialize in?
Marge is a brain specialist. Mental disorders mostly. It's Lee. He's off again.
Maybe he's been listening to Sam Spade.
Come on.
You'd better stay down here, Nina. I'll take care of it.
I'm going up. Lee needs me.
George, get my bag. It's in the hall. Right.
You'd better not come in, Mr. Diamond.
I think I'd better.
Lena.
Lee, what is it?
I saw the blood again. Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm glad you came.
Now, calm down, Lee. Everything's going to be all right.
Get away from me. He thinks I'm insane. You all do. You want my idol, and you stop at nothing.
Now, there's no sense in this much self-indulgence.
Here's your bag, Roger.
Thanks.
What are you going to do?
Just give you something to make you sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I'll wake up and see the blood again.
There's no blood. It's just your imagination. You're overwrought.
You think I'm crazy. But I saw it. I tell you, I saw it.
Now, this won't hurt.
No, I don't want to sleep. Please, Mr. Diamond, help me.
Lee, do what Roger tells you for my sake.
Come on. The injection should take hold.
I'll get up. I won't go to sleep.
Lee, please.
Then leave Mr. Diamond with me. I want to talk to him.
Well, I guess it'll be all right. Don't stay too long, Mr. Diamond. I want him to rest. Okay, Doctor. Remember, he's not at all rational. Come on, Nina.
I'll see you downstairs, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, what's the idea, Leeds?
I'm locking the door. I don't want anyone coming in. Pardon me for walking around in circles. I have to stay awake.
Uh-huh.
Those people downstairs are trying to drive me crazy.
They must have been working overtime.
The rest of my idol.
Your what?
My idol. That carved image standing on the light table.
Oh, yeah.
Here, look at it. Look at it.
Well, that's dandy. How many box tops did you have to save?
Mr. Diamond, at this moment, you are holding $100,000 in your hand.
I am?
Last month, my grandfather passed on and left his entire estate to my sister and me. Among the effects was that idol. It was left to me.
What is it, platinum?
Oh, no, Mr. Diamond. That is the lost idol of King Tut.
I always wondered what happened to it.
Oh, then you know the legend.
Well, I'm a little hazy on it. Maybe you'd better bring me up to date.
Oh, of course. It was supposed to have been buried with King Tut. However, the story goes that a slave absconded with it before they sealed the tomb.
And that makes it worth $100,000?
I guess so.
You guess. You don't know?
I only know what my grandfather told me before he passed on. He told me its value and said there was a curse on it.
What does it say? Crime doesn't pay?
Well, Mr. Diamond, it seems that on the first night of the new moon, after one has gained possession of the idol, he will die.
Next week, Tom Swift and his electric grandmother.
You don't believe me?
Oh, sure.
No, you don't. You're just like the rest. But it may interest you, Mr. Diamond, to know that 1 month after the idol was uncovered and my grandfather gained possession, he died. It was a new moon.
How old was he?
74.
Oh, well, that couldn't be it. Now, relax and tell me why you came to me.
What about your fee?
Oh, forget it. You can just buy me a broom to ride around on. Good night, Mr. Leeds.
Remember, Mr. Diamond, it's a new moon. You don't have much time.
Oh, brother.
Did you talk to her, Mr. Diamond?
You might call it that. Now do you understand? Your point's well taken, Doctor. What about that hunk of stone? Maybe if you gave him a teddy bear?
Oh, the idol he's got is absolutely worthless. His grandfather had the same unusual ideas about it.
Is there such an idol?
Oh, there's a legend, but no one has ever found even the slightest clue that it's a fact. Now, I've examined Lee's idol, and it's certainly not worth more, any more than the granite it's carved from.
Well, I'll be saying good night. I hope he gets better.
Can't I get you another drink, Mr. Diamond? You certainly deserve something for your trouble.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Doctor, Mr. Rodin. Thanks, Miss Leeds.
I wish I could make this up to you.
I'll take a rain check.
It'll be raining a lot this month.
Yeah. Well, good night, Miss Leeds.
Good night.
I went out and got a cab. As far as I was concerned, the frightened little man in the nightshirt was going to end up modeling straitjackets, and the private detective would only add to the confusion. It was 8 o'clock, and I told the cabbie to take me to 975 Park Avenue. Helen would be angry, but it was worth going back to. A couple of hours with her could make a guy as contented as a bear that had just cornered the honey market. We pulled up in front of Helen's apartment, and I paid the cabbie. I was just going in when a small convertible skidded to a stop in front of the building.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond!
It was Leland L. Leeds again, and you could still see part of the nightshirt under his topcoat. He leaned out of the car window and called.
Over here, Mr. Diamond. Please, I must talk with you again.
I'd had enough of the jumpy little man with the idol, so I started into the apartment without answering. He called again, climbed out of the car, and started to cross the street toward me. I looked back just in time to see the other car swing in toward me.
What are we?
I ran back into the street and looked after the disappearing car. The lights were off, and I couldn't get the license number. It was too far away. I leaned down by the little man in the nightshirt. He was pretty far away, too. He was dying and hurt.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, Leeds?
Take the idol. When you left, I found out why it was worth all that money. They didn't want me to tell you, so they followed me and ran me down. It's in my coat pocket.
He died lying on his back in the street. Several people were coming out of the building, so I reached into his pocket and pulled out a chamois bag. I guess the idol was inside, so I put it in my coat and went in to call the police.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, Miss Asher's been worried.
Hello, Francis. Tell her I'm back and let me use your phone.
Certainly, sir. She's upstairs. Is something wrong, sir? You look worried.
A man got hit by a car. I've got to call the police.
Oh, my goodness. Is he hurt badly?
Bad enough to get buried.
Oh, my goodness.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to the lieutenant.
Is this Diamond?
No, it's the Beaver boys. Now put the lieutenant on the phone.
And what do you do with all those tired jokes? You can't keep using them.
I give them away to idiots. Want to start a collection?
No. Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, this is Diamond. I got a body for you.
I go off duty in 20 minutes. Call back then.
Lying out in front of Helen's apartment, 975 Park.
Rick, my stomach is bothering me. Why can't you be a good boy and stay out of trouble?
Take some soda and get over here.
Take some soda? Every time you call, I end up taking enough to give an elephant the hiccups.
Well, you're a fine one. Oh, I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't know you were on the phone.
Wait a minute, Walt. Hello, baby. I'm talking to the lieutenant. Aren't you afraid you'll catch cold in that thing?
I'm mad at you.
Oh, you're cute.
Hey, what's going on?
Just Helen. If you could see her, your ulcers would start popping like chestnuts.
Say hello.
The law sends you his greetings.
Hello to the law.
She says...
I know, I heard it. Now, what about the stiff?
His name's Leland L. Leeds. He got belted by a car. It was too far away to get the number.
What makes you think it's a job for homicide?
Get over here and Helen will give you the story. I've got some work to do.
But wait a minute, Rick.
Oh, you're getting lazy. What's the matter? Don't you want to find out things for yourself?
Rick, what happened? Francis told me some man got hit by a car.
Right on your doorstep.
Oh.
Let's go into the other room, baby. I'll tell you all about it. We went into the warm study, and Helen poured me a tall drink. I briefed her on what had happened earlier in the evening, and she sat down next to me. There's something about red hair that does things to me. It smelled fresh and clean, and with her that close, I could have been sitting in the middle of the Arctic and still kept my temperature above 102.
Rick, do you have to go back out there?
Well, somebody's got to tell his sister, and in a way, I feel a little responsible.
Are you going to give her the idol?
Hmm?
The idol. The thing you took from poor Mr. Leeds' coat. You could at least show me what I'm playing second fiddle to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I never forgot about it. Oh, here it is in this chamois bag.
Oh, what an ugly little thing. And that's supposed to be worth all that money?
Oh, that was what Leeds, Hey, something's missing.
Yeah, one of the eyes.
Must have come loose when the car hit him. Probably in the bag. Yeah, there it is.
Rick!
Yeah. It was painted over. You'd never guess it unless you pried it loose.
That's as big as a marble. Is it real?
Well, you've got enough of them around, you tell me.
It is. Rick, I think it's a pigeon blood. Why, it's worth a fortune. What are you doing?
I'm scratching the other one. Well, Mr. Leeds wasn't so squirrely after all. This is ridiculous. You only read about things like this.
2 pigeon blood rubies. No wonder he thought it was worth $100,000.
He said he found out tonight. He must have been scratching at them.
Oh, then it wasn't just a hit and run.
I don't know. Baby, I don't want to get hung up with a lot of explanation to Walt.
Rick, what are you doing?
Taking the other eye out. There. Now here. Hang on to these and don't let them get out of your little hot hand. When Walt gets up here, tell him what I've told you.
Well, will you be back?
An hour ago, I laughed at a little guy when he told me he was going to die. He said it was a full moon and he had a curse on him. I'm still a skeptic, but I'm a new boy when it comes to voodoo. I've got to hurry over there before the whole bunch of them turn into bats. I went down in the service elevator and out on the street. The wagon was driving off with Leeds, and Walt and Otis were going into the building when I stepped up to the convertible and got in. Leeds had left the keys in the ignition like I figured, so I took off and headed across town. 20 minutes later, on a lonely stretch of road, I started counting suspects. All 3 of them could be in on it. Dr. Miller, who said Leeds was insane. George Brodeen, a man from the museum who said the idol was worthless. And that lovely sister. I didn't notice the car pulling up behind me until it was too late. It was doing a good 70, and as it swung around to pass me, the guy at the wheel cut in sharp and hit me broadside.
Hey, look out!
I went through a white fence and over an embankment. The car rolled, and somebody dropped the night on my head. I went to sleep. I don't know how long it was before I started coming around, but when I tried to shake myself back, it was like pulling my head out of a barrel of molasses. It stuck to my eyes and plugged up my ears. I tried to claw the stickiness away, but my hands were like 2 baseballs. I moved my shoulders and felt the stiffness in my back. It spread out to my hands and down to my feet. I opened my mouth and took in a lot of air. I finally made it. Someone was trying to get me from the highway, so I pulled myself clear of the wreck and started moving in a circle, keeping whoever it was at a good distance. I was too pushed around to put up a fight, so I made it back to the highway and walked along until I found a little gas station on the road.
The joint ain't open.
And then your lock's busted.
No, it ain't.
Then I floated through the wall. Where's your phone?
It ain't for public use.
Try isn't.
Okay, wise guy. The joint isn't open. The phone isn't for public use, and you isn't so big you can't get tossed out on your face.
And you isn't so wealthy, $5 won't make a difference.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Phone's on the wall.
Thanks. You know the Leeds family?
Yeah, they get gas here sometimes.
Hello. Evergreen 34369, operator. How far is the house from here? I'm a little turned around.
About half a mile.
Hello, Francis? Is Lieutenant Levinson still there? No? Well, just tell him to get out to 19319 Jackson Heights Boulevard. I've got a killer for him. Yeah, oh, my goodness. Now, hurry it up.
You a cop?
Shamus. What'll you take for the use of your car for an hour?
My wife would kill me. I'll drive you wherever you want to go.
He gave me a lift in his old sedan, and 10 minutes later I was ringing the doorbell to the Leeds house. I was glad the girl answered. You may feel better right away.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, come in.
Thank you. Where are your friends?
Marge and George? They went out to look for my brother. He disappeared right after you left. I'm terribly worried.
Oh, have you got that drink? I could use it now.
Certainly. I don't know why Lee ran off like that. He shouldn't have been driving in his condition.
Were Roger and George together when they left to look for Lee?
No, they took separate cars. Why? Has something happened, Mr. Diamond? Have you heard from my brother?
I guess I'd better give it to you straight. Your brother's dead, Miss Leeds. I'm sorry.
Dead? Oh, no.
He was hit by a car.
It's all because of that horrible idol. That stupid, horrible idol. If my grandfather hadn't told Lee it was worth that much money, this never would have happened.
Did you think it was worth anything?
No, of course not. But we couldn't convince Lee. Now he's dead. Would you please answer that, Mr. Diamond?
Sure. You take it easy. Nina, Oh, what are you doing here, Diamond? Did you find Lee? Why, no, I didn't. I've gone to every place I thought he could possibly be. I even looked up your address and went over there, but the building was closed. You better go in and see Miss Leeds, Doc. She's pretty upset. Upset? Nina, what's wrong?
Oh, Raj, it's Lee. He's been killed.
What? That's right. But how did it happen? Bingo. I'll tell you as soon as I let Mr. Brodeen in. There, Nina. Just let yourself on. Come in, Mr. Brodeen.
Well, Mr. Diamond, what are you doing here?
I think I'd better have a sign made. The doctor and Miss Leeds are in the living room.
Where something happened?
Mr. Leeds is dead.
What?
This is the most surprised household I've ever run into.
Roger, is this true?
I guess so.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Nina. Is there anything I can do?
No, thank you.
Where did this happen, Mr. Diamond?
In front of 975 Park Avenue. Car hit him. I was with him when he died.
Oh, this is terrible.
I thought at first it was an accident, but I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
When I left to come out here, someone ran me off the road, nearly killed me. Who would want to kill Lee and then try to kill you? Probably a coincidence.
Certainly. Probably just a drunk.
Could have been. Lee gave me this before he died. A chamois bag. What's in it? The idol.
Oh, that awful thing.
What do you want done with it, Miss Leeds?
I don't care. Just get it out of this house.
What are you going to do? I don't know. You want the thing, Doctor? Why, what for? That's a good question. How about you, Brodeen? You want it?
Oh, well, what would I want a worthless piece of stone for?
Well, as long as no one wants it, may I use this fire poker, Miss Leeds?
What are you going to do with it?
The idol is worthless. It's caused a lot of trouble for you and your family. I'm going to break it up.
No, give me that, George.
Well, Brodeen, you're sure getting grabby.
All right, now all of you stay right where you are.
Well, for a museum collector, that's a pretty modern gun.
Yes, and I know how to use it.
George!
This is the hokiest case I've ever been on. Even the dialogue's bad.
I suppose you think you're pretty clever making me show my hand like that.
I read Gory Detective. I found that the idol was really worth all that money, but I had to make the killer tip himself. You did.
Mr. Diamond, do you mean my brother was really right all along?
In a way, yes. He believed what his grandfather told him. But it wasn't until tonight when he scratched one of the eyes of the idol that he knew for sure. Scratched one of the eyes? That's right. Pigeon blood rubies, painted over.
Well, now I'm leaving you.
Well, that's good, but you're minus something.
Minus what?
A couple of rubies. I took them out of the idol.
You're lying.
Take a look in the bag.
What? They're gone. I'll kill you for this.
Give me the gun, George.
Look out. He's going to shoot.
Give me the gun.
All right, everyone. This is the police.
You killed Mr. Diamond.
He shot Diamond, all right, Lieutenant. Put the bracelets on him, Otis. Sure. Come here, you. Not him. Put him on Diamond for disturbing the peace. Pin the medal on the other guy.
No.
Sure thing. How do you like that, wise guy?
Oh, no.
Rick?
I'm dying.
Ricky?
Oh.
Rick, wake up.
All right, George. Drop the gun.
Rick, you've been dreaming.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you were having a big, fat nightmare. I came down from upstairs and you were asleep on the couch with Gory Detective.
Oh, well, I started reading some story and I got mixed up with Egyptian idols and the rubies. I got shot.
That's the case of the Ruby Eye?
That was the craziest dream. I solved the crime and got shot 6 times for my trouble. Oh, Lieutenant Levinson and Otis came in and arrested me for disturbing the peace.
After you were shot 6 times?
Yeah. Otis loved it.
That wasn't in the magazine.
I worked out my own ending. Move in.
That's pretty. What are the lyrics?
Well, an awful lot of them.
Sing them.
Okay. I'm sitting high on a hilltop.
Oh, I remember that.
Tossing all my troubles to the moon.
It's from Thanks a Million.
Where the breeze seems to say, don't you worry.
With Alice Faye.
Things are bound to pick up pretty soon. Here, neath the sky on the hilltop, seems to me the world is all in tune. I forget all the bustle and hurry, tossing all my troubles to the moon. I know someone will love me, and everything will be just grand. Just so the stars up above me continue doing business at the same old stand. It's mighty sweet in the evening when I've had a busy afternoon, sitting high, high, high on a hilltop, tossing all my troubles to the moon.
Sing it again, Rick.
I'm sitting high on the hill.
Oh, Rick, the grouse.
Yeah, listen to that.
Where the breeze seems to say that you
Hey.
How do you like that, wise guy?
Oh, that's really awful.
Yeah, well, maybe you know how I feel when you open that big basso of yours.
You mean I sound like you do?
Look, Diamond, what do you think the rats keep jumping out of my window for?
Well, maybe if you had some plastic surgery.
And your crummy jokes are as bad as your crummy singing. So please, save the world from a horrible fate and cut your throat or something.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you, old boy.
I'm sitting high on a hilltop, tossing all my troubles. Hey, you! Shut up! We want to hear Diamond.
Yeah, shut your big basso.
Yeah, shut up! What's that?
You heard us. We want to hear Mr. Diamond.
No.
Rick. Yeah, my dear public.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Nick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Peter Leeds, Yvonne Patey, Stephen Dunn, and Jack Crucian. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC tomorrow? Detective story fans will want to hear Madeline Carroll and Basil Rathbone in the detective melodrama The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse, tomorrow on Theater Guild on the Air. And for more detecting, listen tomorrow for The Adventures of Sam Spade. He'll present his most humorous caper of the season. Yes, you'll enjoy both Theater Guild and Sam Spade tomorrow on NBC. Next, it's Free Ride to Danger with Dorothy McGuire on NBC.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure, with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Maldick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right. Cut out that yelling. What's all the excitement?
Well, I went to a party last night, Abbott. There were 30 girls there. Not one of them would dance with me or even talk to me.
You didn't have any fun then?
No, I was as lonesome as Fed Ellen on Sunday night.
I thought you were such a big shot with the girls. I don't believe you ever had a girl.
Oh, yes, I did, Abbott. I had a very beautiful little blonde once, and everything was swell until one day she ran off to Florida. She married a guy, and now she has 5 children. After that, we just sort of drifted apart.
She had... Why don't you speak to my wife, Lou? She knows lots of nice girls.
No. Your wife don't like me, Abbott.
Well, if you hang around with her more, you'll eventually get into her skin.
Well, I guess one more lump won't hurt her.
How can you talk that way about my wife? Remember the first night you met her?
Yes. The minute she walked in the room, I said, there's either an ugly woman or a good-looking man.
Costello, do you know you're getting more stupid every day?
Gee, thanks, Abbott. I'm glad to know I'm not stagnating.
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
What's that thing you've got under your arm?
That's my new Harry Truman rifle.
The Harry Truman rifle?
Yes, a .48 repeater.
What happened to you last night? I called your house and you weren't home.
Well, I went to the movies, Abbott. I saw one of those old-time pictures. It was all about the Romans. They had a chariot race in it, and it was won by a guy named Ben-Hur.
Yeah. You dummy, you mean Ben-Hur, not him, her.
They were all dressed up in them bed sheets. You couldn't tell the hymns from the hers.
Well, if you'd gone to school, Lou, you'd known the story of Ben-Hur.
Did you go to school, Abbott?
Oh, certainly. I started in nursery school, then I went to kindergarten.
So what? I started in nursery school. I went to kindergarten.
And I went from kindergarten to grammar school.
So what? I went to kindergarten to grammar school.
I went from grammar school to high school.
You think there'll be a shortage of meatballs this summer?
Costello, you've got the brain of a monkey.
I'll bet you I have not.
Yeah? What do you want to bet?
15 bananas. Trying to insinuate that I'm ignorant? Abbott, you're nothing but a Hollywood character.
Oh, what's a Hollywood character?
A jerk with a personality.
I'll ignore that remark because of your ignorance.
Who's ignorant? When I went to school, I specialized in history. I can name off all the most important dates in history.
All right, go ahead. Name some important dates.
Oh, I will. There's 1492, 1776, 1812, 1917, Rita Hayworth.
Now, wait a minute. Rita Hayworth is not an important date.
Ali Khan seems to think so.
Costello, why don't you listen to me? Take my advice once in a while. I'm your friend. I realize that you're an idiot, and I want to assist you, Lou.
What good can you do me? You're just an assistant to an idiot.
Well, just look at you. You're dumpy, you're squatty.
Now, hold it, Abbott.
What do you mean?
Hold it.
What do you
I'll
mean?
go for so much, and that's all. Now, it's not my fault that I didn't grow tall like the other boys. When I was a little boy over in Scotland, I used to play the bagpipes, but it gave me pneumonia.
Wait a minute. Now, look. Wait a minute. How could playing the bagpipes give you pneumonia?
There was a leak in the bag, and the air kept blowing up my kilts. Instead of wearing a whisk broom in front of my kilts like the rest of the Scotsmen, I had to wear a hot water bottle.
Well, you must have had a very poor childhood, Costello.
I did have it. We were very poor. My mother had to work, and she had to take in washing. She had to scrub office floors. She worked as a blacksmith. She drove an oil truck. And one time for 3 years, she worked in the daytime as a waitress and worked at night in a coal mine.
What did your father do?
He kept the books.
Well, I guess you had a pretty tough time when you were a kid.
Yes, I'll never forget the day my mother made my first pair of long pants. It had 12 buttons down the back and 4 pockets in the front.
Well, what did she make them out of?
My father's old vest. I was the only kid in school that had a watch fob hanging from a knee.
Were you very popular with the other kids in school, Lou?
Oh, I was a pitcher on a baseball team. What a pitcher I was. I had a drop ball, a slow ball, a curve ball.
Did you have a screwball?
That was before I met you, Abbott.
You dummy, you ought to be back in school right now.
For your information, Abbott, I'm keeping steady company with a red-headed school teacher.
What does she teach?
She has a high school class of men all over 40 years old.
40-year-old men? Why don't they go to college?
When she gets through teaching them, there's nothing else to learn.
Running around with a school teacher. Why don't you find a nice girl and get married?
I'm going to, Abbott, as soon as I get some money.
Money. Costello, don't worry about money. Do you realize what money is? Money is the root of all evil. Money is an invention of the devil. Money is filthy lucre. Money causes misery. Money. That's what I think of money.
May the Bank of America have mercy on your soul.
Costello, you don't need money. What you need is the love of a good woman. Find another girl like my wife, Betty.
You mean there's another girl like your wife, Betty?
Costello, I love my wife. My Betty's a real cookie.
Your wife is a cookie?
That's right.
Abbott, you just said baking back 20 years.
You'd be lucky to get a girl like my wife. My Betty is always straight from the shoulder.
Who wants a girl that's straight from the shoulder? I like a girl that curves.
Uncle Bud, something terrible just happened to me.
And this is really his Uncle Bud, and this is the nephew. We don't kid about it. He's got to work. Abbott's nephew. Pay attention to what he says, folks. This may be his last performance.
What is it, Norman? Nephew Norman. Why are you so excited?
Uncle Bud, when I was coming through the pass in the mountains, a mountain lion jumped right in the car beside me.
Yes, then what happened?
The lion killed me!
Wait a minute, Norman. You're not dead. Stop crying. You're working on the Abbott and Costello show. You're still living.
You call this living?
Really, though, sincerely, there goes a brilliant boy. His brain is on a slow boat to the Mayo Brothers.
Now, you lay off, Norman. He's a very intelligent boy. He's always studying and reading. It wouldn't hurt you to do a little reading once in a while.
Oh, Abbott, I do plenty of reading. When I was 7 years old, I started my first book, Little Red Riding Hood. I rented it from the library. The last time I'll ever rent a book from the library.
Well, didn't you like Little Red Riding Hood?
Abbott, up to now, I owe that library $2,800. And Little Red Riding Hood has yet to meet the wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood. Why don't you read some of the newer books?
I just bought Gypsy Rose Lee's new book. It's a story of her life.
Well, what does Gypsy Rose Lee call her new book?
The Leg and I.
Why don't you read something educational, Lou?
I am, Abbott. I just bought a book on inventions. It tells all about new gadgets. I bought one yesterday for my Aunt May.
What kind of a gadget did you buy for your Aunt May?
It's a new girdle that's made from surplus paratrooper's harness. And it's a handy little thing. At night, she doesn't have to undress.
She doesn't?
No, she just jumps off the top of the dresser and pulls the ripcord.
That's ridiculous. Hey, I understand you're working on some kind of a silly invention yourself.
And my invention is all finished, too, Abbott. It's a new kind of perfume. And all the girls in Hollywood are going to go crazy about it.
All the girls in Hollywood are going crazy about your perfume. Why?
It smells like money. I gave a bottle of it to my Aunt May. Boy, did it make her popular.
Your Aunt May was never popular.
Is that so? Back in Patterson, New Jersey, she was so popular, every guy in town used to drink champagne out of her slipper.
And what did it get her?
She's got the only big toe in the world that belongs to Alcoholics Anonymous. Mister, what's going on here?
That's this darn kid of mine. He won't eat his spinach. Junior, you've got to eat your spinach.
I ain't going to do it. I don't like spinach.
Well, you eat your spinach this Saturday, I'll make you go to see Abbott and Costello's picture, Mexican Hayride.
No, you can't do that to me. I'll eat my spinach. You're my boss. You can't do that.
Abbott, I'd like to take that kid over to Santa Anita Saturday.
What for?
I want to drop him in a claiming race.
Well, hello, boy.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Viola.
Viola, you look very lovely tonight.
Viola, I understand that you and Costello had a date last night. Where'd you go?
Well, Costello had a terrible time making up his mind where to take me.
Well, you see, I was trying to make up my mind between Ciro's and the Macombo. But we finally went.
Where?
To a hamburger stand between Ciro's and the Macombo.
Well, don't you worry, Viola. After we're married, things will be different. We'll have lots of little ones, and they'll all look like me.
Oh, gee, I'd always planned on having children.
I'd plan on having a few laughs here. Are you sure you're reading the same script?
Lou, you shouldn't be jealous of me. I don't want to be a comedian. I don't want to make people laugh.
Okay, then you read my lines.
Costello, you can't be funny without me. You need me. Why, where would Edgar Bergen be without Charlie McCoffey? Where would Amos be without Andy?
That's true.
Certainly. One thing goes with the another. Like Dorothy L'Amour. Where would she be without her sarong?
I don't know, but I sure would like to be there.
Costello, I think you're girl crazy. I'm not the girl for you.
But, Viola, you can't leave me. What would I do without you?
Don't worry about that. I'll fix you up with a girlfriend of mine. Oh, you'll be just crazy about this girl. When she meets you, she'll rush over and she'll throw her arms around you like this.
Yes.
And she'll squeeze you like this.
Yes.
And she'll kiss you like this. And this. And this. And this. There. Now, what do you think of that?
When am I going to meet this girl?
Viola, why don't you take pity on Costello and marry him? Then you'll be known as Mrs. Louis G. Costello.
G? Oh, what does the G stand for, Costello?
Don't you tell her, Abbott.
Come on now. What does it stand for? George?
No, I don't want to tell you.
Oh, come on, Costello. What does the G stand for?
Oh, do I have to tell you?
Yes.
Stands for Gloria.
Gloria?
Yes, my mother always wanted a girl, and my father didn't have the heart to tell her.
Viola, why don't you forget Costello and come to the movies tonight and see our latest picture, Mexican Hayride?
Oh, thanks, Bud, but I saw the picture already.
Oh, you did? Tell me. How did you like my acting?
Well, it was...
I'd say... Well, let me put it this way.
Sure.
You know how Van Johnson has that dramatic touch?
Oh, yes.
And how Clark Gable has that forceful personality?
Yes.
And how Gregory Peck gives that little artistic extra something?
Yeah. But what about me?
Costello, can you drive a taxi cab?
Now get this girl out of here, will you?
Come on.
That's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
now the spotlight turns to Hal Winters, our singing star. Here he is with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
I caught you, sir, having a look at her as she went strolling by. Now, didn't your heart beat boom, 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 and didn't you sigh a sigh? I warn you, sir, don't stop to dream of her. Just bid such thoughts be gone, or it'll be boom, 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 boom. From then on, for once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever fascinated by her, sets your heart afire to say, once you're kissed by Amy, tear up your list, it's Amy. Ply her with bonbons, poetry and flowers, moon a million hours away. You might be quite the fickle-hearted rover, so carefree and bold, who loves a girl and later thinks it over, and just quits cold, but once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever sweetly you romance her. Trouble is, the answer will be that Amy'd rather stay in love with me.
Hey, Costello, come here. How did you get your clothes so dirty? Just look at your coat. It's torn and your shirt is ripped and...
That ain't my fault, Abbott.
What?
I was out on one of my Sam Shovel detective cases last night. I investigated a case of a robbery at the fraternity house in UCLA. But I miscalculated. Got into one of the girls' dormitories.
How did you manage to do that?
By careful miscalculation.
Costello, instead of running around nights on those silly Sam Shovel cases, you should stay home.
Oh, I do stay home a lot, Abbott. Every night last week I stayed home. I cleaned the house. I got a terrible servant problem. I find it very difficult to hold a maid.
Now, what makes it so difficult for you to hold a maid?
My mother keeps walking in the room.
Never mind that. I understand you took your brother Pat to the movies last night.
Oh, yes. But I ain't taking Pat to the movies no more. He acts very strange. The minute we got into the movie, Pat put his hat under the seat.
Well, what's strange about that? What's the men put their hat under the seat?
While their head is still in it.
Oh, talk sense. Hey, wait a minute. Come here. What is that big manuscript you're carrying under your arm?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, but it's a book that I wrote.
A book you wrote?
It's the first chapter. The hero is threatened by a mad doctor who tries to remove his head. In the second chapter, he meets a demented butcher who tries to put him in a meat grinder. Then it ends where three maniacs tie him to a tree and a squadron of wild woodpeckers peck holes in him. But nobody wants to publish it.
Why not?
I guess people are sick of them mushy love stories.
What is your Sam Shovel detective story about tonight?
Well, tonight I do one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the photographer who was stuck up in a dark room, or he was caught with his prints down.
Well, that sounds terrible, but let's do it.
And now, the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Bebop Bubble Bath. Friends, would you like bubbles in your bathtub? You would? Well, why not call up Bubbles and see if she needs a bath? Ladies, try Bebop Bubble Bath. We don't ask you to buy the large size, mind you. Just try a trial size package. It contains a 7-year supply. You'll find that if you use Bebop Bubble Bath every day for 7 years, you'll have skin just like a baby. A baby alligator. Listen Listen to what people all over the country are saying about Bebop Bubble Bath. In Kansas.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In New Jersey.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Oregon.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Virginia.
Give me liberty or give me death.
That Patrick Henry never gives up. And now the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath bring you your favorite thriller mystery. Here he is, Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. The detective business has been mighty slow lately. Last night, having nothing to do, I went to a big public library, buried my nose in a book. This morning, I had a heck of a job finding it. I forgot what book I buried it in. Here comes my secretary now.
Did you call me, Mr. Shovel?
Don't be silly. Why should I call you Mr. Shovel? My name is Mr. Shovel. By the way, Miss Jones, did you find the file on that crook, Joe Kirk?
What's his name?
Who?
Joe Kirk.
Never heard of him. Miss Jones, you and I have got to work late in the office tonight. Are you prepared?
Oh, yes. I brought my brass knuckles, my fencing mask, and a baseball bat.
Clever girl. She's so stylish. She was voted one of the 10 best-dressed women in Azusa. That's not so remarkable when you consider there's only 9 other women in Azusa. Suddenly, the inter-office communication system buzzes. It's my secretary. She speaks.
Mr. Shovel, there are 2 men here to see you about a case. Mr. Cohen and Chief Lightfoot Running Deer.
I'll see the Indian first.
You can go in now, Mr. Cohen.
The cops have certainly got their hands full these days. Full of 5s, 10s, 20s. I think of my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. Abbott has been on the police force for 20 years. He knows which side his bread is buttered on. He can take any piece of bread and say, this side is buttered.
Sam, I'm on the trail of Zeke, the hillbilly moonshiner, burglar.
Lieutenant Abbott, I'll be glad to help you. What do you want?
Well, you've seen Zeke. Give me a thumbnail description of him.
Well, he uses liquid polish, and his cuticles pushed way back.
Sam, I want you to go with me to the Ozarks. I've got to capture Zeke. It'll be a dangerous trip. Those hillbillies are strange people. They're always arguing, shooting and farming.
Yep, shooting, fighting, and fertilizing.
Come on, Sam, we're heading for the hill.
Lieutenant Abbott and I arrived in the hillbilly country.
Sam, these hillbillies are strange people, but you'll have to admit they're solid citizens. They've got both feet on the ground.
They've got to have both feet on the ground. They don't wear shoes. I read in the papers where a 75-year-old hillbilly wanted to marry a girl 9 years old.
Did he marry her?
Nope, his parents objected. They didn't want him marrying a girl who'd been divorced 3 times.
Wait a minute, Sam. Here comes a bunch of hillbillies. Let's ask them if they know where Zeke is.
Howdy, strangers. I'm Jim Hartfield. These here are my sons.
I'm Sam Shovel, the detective, and this is Lieutenant Abbott.
Boys, say hello to the strangers. Lem?
Do.
Clem? Bert?
Sir?
Bert went to military school.
I don't like the looks of these guys, Abbott. The skinny one has got an ear of corn and 2 pumpkins.
So what? They're farmers, and farmers have corn and pumpkins.
Thrown out of their heads.
Well, gotta go now. We're working on a farm. 2 weeks ago, we dug a hole. Last week, we dropped the seed in it. And today, we're going to cover it up.
Do you always work that hard?
Yeah. Except when the weather gets bad, then it slows us up a little. So long.
Boy, is that guy lazy. If he was a chicken, eggs and television sets would be the same price.
Never mind him, Sam. We've got to find Zeke, the moonshiner. Hey, look over there behind those bushes. There's Zeke. The moonshiner's still. Come on.
Hey, look. There's Zeke. He's making corn liquor. He's jumping up and down on the corn, crushing it.
Hold on there, Zeke. We've got you covered. You're under arrest. Stop mashing that corn with your feet. What are you doing?
I'm making some 90 proof corn liquor. And tomorrow I'm going to make some that's 100 proof.
How do you do that?
With that, I take off my shoes.
Zeke, how do you make that corn liquor?
Well, first I mash up the corn. Then I dump in a gallon of turpentine. Then a gallon of Clorox. And 2 quarts of juniper juice.
Don't you put no alcohol in it?
Why? Ruin the taste?
Zeke, we're taking you to jail. Sam, grab some of that moonshine for evidence. And you better taste it to make sure we got the right stuff.
Lieutenant Abbott, you know I never touch the stuff.
So you're a brave detective, eh? Sam Shovel, eh? Go ahead, you coward. Taste it. That stuff will grow hair on your chest.
He's only kidding, Sam. Go ahead and taste it.
Okay.
Sam! Speak to me, Sam.
Don't stand there, Lieutenant. Pull a bobber. This hair is so thick I can't see where I'm going. Get me out of here!
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final fling, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
Costello, why don't you tell the folks about your next week's Sam Shovel story?
Folks, my next Sam Shovel story takes place in a chewing gum factory. I call it the case of the beautiful blonde who fell into a vat of soft gum, or there's good chews tonight.
Yes, and our writers are working on the case right now. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Connell, Pat Costello, Martin Raggaway, and Len Stern.
And our producer is Charles Bandit. Be sure to be with us next Thursday night.
Good night, Paul.
Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night, come on. Aunt May, Uncle Mike, Uncle Tom. Thank you,
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.